Yeah. That's what we should. Yeah. That's what we should.
All right, good morning. Can y'all hear me? Great. So my name is Erica Bond. I'm the Vice President of Justice Initiatives here at John Jay. And it is truly my honor to welcome you today to the convening on behalf of John Jay and our President, Carol Mason. I'm really excited about today's event because it aligns so closely with our efforts at the college to support these essential conversations about safety and justice. So our college operates on the belief that justice is not just a lofty abstraction or vision, but it's really a daily practice, one that requires rigorous scholarship, courageous leadership, and genuine partnership with the communities that are most affected by the challenges that we seek to address. That belief is really at the heart of our future public safety initiative, which John Jay launched in 2020 with a clear and urgent vision that we cannot build truly safe communities through punishment alone. Safety requires investment in people, in health, in opportunity, and in the healing of communities that have borne the greatest cost of our most punitive policies. So today's convening is really a powerful expression of that vision, and I'm really proud that John Jay is your home for it. I want to thank the people and organizations responsible for today's program. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge Tracy Gardner and the National Black Harm Reduction Network, whose vision for thriving Black communities. I also want to thank two of John Jay's own centers, the Data Collaborative for Justice and From Punishment to Public Health, along with the Center for Justice Innovation for their collaboration and efforts to bring us all together. A special thank you to Bridget Degnan and Sarah Monahan from the Data Collaborative. Your behind-the-scenes efforts always ensure that our speakers and our guests are well prepared and cared for during their time at John Jay. So thank you to Bridget and Sarah. Before we introduce Tracy to share her vision for today, I'd like to take a few minutes to mention some essential data and research that my colleagues at the Data Collaborative for Justice produced to really ground today's conversations. DCJ's recent report, Drug Enforcement and Court-Ordered Treatment Across New York State Before and After Rockefeller Reform, provides an honest accounting of where we've come from in addressing substance misuse and the significant work that's needed to truly shift our approach from one of harm to healing. And I believe in the booklets, there might be a way for you to actually access that report. If not, come find one of us and we'll make sure that we guide you to it. The report documents real progress. Drug arrests have fallen 80% statewide since 2000. Felony convictions and prison sentences are down significantly. And the 2009 Rockefeller reforms expanded treatment as an alternative to incarceration through significant growth in problem-solving courts. But this data also tells a more difficult story. The 2009 reforms produced little direct change in arrest rates, convictions, or sentencing, and racial disparities have not narrowed, they have widened. The felony drug arrest rate for Black New Yorkers was 7 times higher than for white New Yorkers in 2010. And to make things worse, by 2023, it was 11 times higher. So what's clear from this data is that while we've made real progress in reducing mass incarceration, there's more work to be done to address this persistent injustice. It also makes clear that we cannot tweak our way to justice. If we want to build a treatment system that is truly effective, truly equitable, and humane, we have to be willing to reimagine it from the ground up. And a key aspect of that reimagining is harm reduction. It's not just a health strategy, it's a public safety strategy. Communities are safer when people have access to care. Communities heal when we invest in health rather than incarceration. And justice demands that we stop criminalizing what is at its core a public health challenge. So today we have an opportunity to examine what it would mean for harm reduction to become not the exception, but the default, and to chart a concrete path forward. I really want to thank the advocates, the service providers, the researchers, and community leaders who are here with us today in person and also joining us virtually. The work you are doing is very hard. It's undervalued, it's underfunded, and you do it in the face of relentless political headwinds. You're working to decriminalize what should never have been criminalized, and you're treating what the system too often seeks to punish. And you're really healing communities the war on drugs has spent decades tearing apart. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do and for being here today. And now I have the great privilege of introducing the person who is going to open and is the reason truly that this convening came to be. Tracy M. Gardner is the executive director and founder of the National Black Harm Reduction Network, an organization that she built from a vision into a national movement, now spanning more than 450 individuals across 24 states, Puerto Rico, and the United Kingdom. Tracy is a nationally recognized expert on substance use, harm reduction, and the devastating impact of the war on drugs and mass incarceration on communities. She spent more than 3 decades working at the intersection of public health, public policy, and racial equity, and her career is a masterclass in what it looks like to fight for justice at every level, in legislatures, in courtrooms, in the governor's office, and in communities. At the Legal Action Center, she created and led the No Health Equals No Justice initiative, a multi-state effort to advance decarceration by addressing the criminalization of health conditions. Work that attracted an $8 million grant from Mackenzie Scott, which is a recognition not just of the initiative's impacts, but really of Tracy's ability to build the cross-sector coalitions that make transformational change possible. She has served as New York State's Assistant Secretary of Health. She has shaped Medicaid policy for people transitioning out of incarceration. She was appointed by the New York City Public Advocate to the New York City Community Reinvestment and Closure of Rikers Island Commission, where she actually led the health committee, and she sits on the state's opioid settlement fund advisory board. These are just some of her many accomplishments. Did I get that wrong? Recent.
I'm used to. Yeah.
You used to. I'm so sorry.
The folks in here.
Okay. There's the backstory here. Okay. But what I most want to say about Tracy is this. She did not just identify the harms caused by trying to police our way out of a public health crisis. She built a space, the National Black Harm Reduction Network, to imagine something better. A path forward grounded not in punishment, but in healing, not in criminalization, but in care. And that is the vision that brings us here today. So I am now delighted to invite Tracy to come up and share more about today's convening and her vision for making communities safe, healthy, and whole. Thank you.
Good morning. And welcome. This is a magnificent room. And I wish the people online could be it. It's super sunny. I'm a little nervous. Not it's an interesting feeling. And I know I have lots of friends and supporters in the room, and good morning to folks online. Thank you for being here and for making time to engage in what I know is not a simple conversation. This convening has been long in the making. It is a project funded by the Open Society Foundation, a grant that I received funds at Legal Action Center 4 years ago. And so there's a quantitative piece and a qualitative piece. And we're going to be spending most of today on the important research that was done by DCJ. The overall project is called New Actors, Same Script, Care Courts, Residential Treatment, and the Carceral Revival. And it's part of a broader project called Finding a Better Path, Exploring Race, Punishment, and the Responses to Addiction in New York State. We set out to examine not only how systems respond to substance use, but how those responses are shaped by history, policy, and race. So I want to acknowledge Imogen Carr, who served as the program officer for this work while she was at OSF. She has had a long-standing commitment to supporting leadership of Black women, and that commitment is reflected in the decision to invest in this project and to trust the questions it raises. And so this kind of support made it possible to pursue this work with the depth and honesty it requires. The John Jay Data Collaborative Justice Report, which again we'll be focused on today, is called Court Ordered Treatment Across New York State Before and After Rockefeller Reform. I want to give a special thank you to Mike Rempel, Dana Kraustein, and Stephen Capel. And they worked on wrangling a whole bunch of data 10 years prior to Rockefeller Reform and 10 years after to help make sense and really underscore what many of us know to be true, but to see it in its data form is a whole other thing, right? So thank you very much. We could not have done this without. It was a fantastic experience working with these researchers. This work asks us to go beyond describing what is happening, but to sit with what those patterns mean. When the same outcomes persist across decades, across reforms, across shifts in language, across policy approaches, we have to ask whether we're looking at a series of disconnected challenges or something more deeply embedded in how our systems are structured. So it's not a theoretical, it's not historical, grounding it in today. 10 days ago, the federal government issued updated guidance restricting what can be supported with federal harm reduction funding. Naloxone, which is the reversal medication for people who've overdosed, wound care, that remains, wound care remains, but syringes, safer smoking supplies, fentanyl test strips, and xylazine test strips, sterile waters, the supplies that many drug users had to develop in the face of neglect and hostility from the very treatment systems that were supposed to help them. And so these are supplies and services that kept people alive long enough to reach recovery are now prohibited. The guidance permits drug checking technology, but in the hands of law enforcement. It prohibits it in the hands of the people whose lives depend on it. And so this is being framed as common public health, common sense public health, but it is a return to prevention, treatment, and long-term recovery. This is the script that this convening we organized to examine. These are new actors. It's the same script. It's issued in real time, days before we just got together. I'm not saying this to alarm us, but to locate us. The questions we're asking today are active. They are shaping policy decisions now with real consequences for people in communities, many of whom are not in this room, and many of whom will not survive the gap between the care they need and the care this guidance permits. I personally experienced these systems. I know what it means to move through them, to be shaped by them, and to see their impact up close. And that lived experience is what brought me to this work and what's led me to engage in it through research, to connect what I've seen and felt with the data that tells us the story, and try to make sense of these things coming together. Many of us in this room have committed ourselves to improving systems, to making them more responsive and more humane. I'm almost finished, so the panel should come up. That work matters and needs to be acknowledged. This moment asks us to hold an even more difficult question alongside that commitment. What it means if, even with the best intentions, we are participating in systems that produce harm. It's not about assigning blame. It's about developing the kind of clarity that allows us to move differently. And because we cannot interrupt harm if we do not fully recognize its nature and fully recognize that the harm is structural, it's embedded, and it's reproduced across systems, again, decades and across administrations. As someone who's worked between the two Cuomos, right? So, not to deepen our understanding in the abstract, but to look honestly at the patterns before us. To begin that, not to deepen our understanding in the abstract, but to look honestly at the patterns before us. And to ask what this work requires of us now, knowing about what was issued 10 days ago, and knowing it won't be the last of that kind of pronouncement. So our keynote speaker is on her way, Seda Dunstan, but we are going to start our first panel that was going to happen after her. We're going to begin with that. So who all are you?
Ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
Actually, I'm part of this panel. Megan Porcelain French had a death in the family and couldn't make it, so I'm trying to make it.
Morning, all. All right. Well, thank you, Tracy, for kicking us off, and Erica for offering a welcome. My name is Jeff Coots. I run the From Punishment to Public Health initiative here at college. We're heading into our 13th year, lucky 13. We work to transform the infrastructure of public health and public safety, or safety, to create healthier and safer communities. Thanks to my team who helped with some of the organizational logistics here, Tiffany and Samantha and Rafaela. I've been making sure that everything is coordinated here, along with our partners at the Data Collaborative for Justice, without whom we would not have this nice space to be in and enough shares for everyone to see. I've been lucky enough to have relationships with a few of the folks on the panel here, or with everyone that's on the panel here, who've helped to shape my understanding of the issues at hand. And we've really been lucky to position ourselves within the college here to be partnering with various folks throughout the city. I'll admit, in my first 4 or 5 years, I was still figuring out what the heck was going on here, and so I had to rely on a lot of folks that are in this room and hopefully attending. One of our first projects we partnered with Center for Justice Innovation to screen for health insurance at Midtown Community Court and see how many folks coming through arraignment parts there were covered under health insurance. And then we were asking them if they were part of a health home when nobody knew what health homes were yet. But trying to get an understanding of that interdisciplinary partnership that we were trying to support. We try to serve as a platform for interdisciplinary conversation. We've hosted a number of events over the years looking at the impacts of closing Rikers, bail reform. One of our last events here was around the 988 rollout and local crisis response that we partnered with the State Office of Mental Health on. And so just want to extend a thank you to my partners here up on the dais. We don't quite have a safe, but we're behind the table here, and who have really been impactful in, as I mentioned earlier, my understanding of the space here, and where P2PH can play a role, and where we don't need to be playing a role, where we can step out of the way, but where we can try to have an impact as best we can. So thank you all for joining me here. I'm going to ask you just to quick 2-minute introductions, and then we'll get into the more substantive aspects.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Samuel Roberts, Associate Professor of History and Sociomedical Sciences at Columbia University. And I've been doing research in the history of drug policy and particularly medical assisted treatment and generally public health activities.
Morning. Morning. My name is Gabriel Saya. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Catal Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. We're a locally-based organization organizing around mass incarceration, racial justice issues, global issues. I've been working on criminal justice and drug policy reform issues for more than 25 years. I worked with Tracy actually on the reform of the Rockefeller laws and a lot of other things. I just also want to give her another hat for this conference because she really has been doing this work for quite a very long time in a little leadership in a way that a lot of us learned a lot from. And really, you could say, that let John Jay work with us today.
Tracy already had her introduction, right? So, and we send our condolences to our friend Megan Marson, who wasn't able to join us today. She's spending time with family. So, Dr. Roberts, I was hoping you could get us started off with helping us understand how the social and political conversations during the mid-20th century shaped our efforts to address drug use and misuse in New York and other urban areas in the country.
Okay, absolutely, sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Big question, and in case you don't know, when you ask a historian a question, you should probably budget a lot of time. I think it's within my, what did you say, it was 20 minutes I had?
Well, it's
I
right here.
didn't, I know it was 10 minutes. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for all of the partners who brought this together. I've really been looking forward to this. Really happy that I'm not speaking after Senator Dunstan. She is the most dynamic speaker in the city, and I have followed in her footsteps before, and it's quite a daunting task. And I look forward to her comments after mine. I want to begin with just like a basic claim. And I'm going to focus my comments here on the Rockefeller drug laws in particular, because in my mind, that is one of the salient moments that brought about the war on drugs. I mean, certainly Nixon, declared it in 1971, but I think the example that Rockefeller set here in New York State is really what ramped it up and then gave a template for the 1980s. And I want to just make a basic claim that it did not replace treatment with punishment. In fact, in New York, punishment had already been was already speaking the language of treatment, and vice versa. All right, you saw people in the punishment sphere talking about quarantine and et cetera, et cetera. You saw people in the treatment sphere, using punitive language as well and actually advocating punitive policies. So these laws did not come out of nowhere in January of 1973, and it's certainly not Rockefeller's personal invention, nor were they just a simple backlash against the civil rights movement. They grew out of a longer history in which New York officials, doctors, judges, and reformers kept asking whether drug use should be treated as a medical problem, a crime problem, or both. But the both matters. Again and again, treatment came tied to custody, surveillance, forced abstinence, and court control. In the early 1950s, ideas like narcotics maintenance, and believe it or not, were actually really discussed and thoughtfully considered. I mean, when we think of the 1950s, we think of Leibniz fever and Cold War, and all that was there. Trust me, it was. But there was actually an astounding, or at least an impressive degree of openness and discussion about medical maintenance. That opening narrowed, in fact, as heroin became tied in public debate to Black and Puerto Rican and further west to Mexican American communities and individuals. Tied also, of course, to street crime, urban fear, et cetera, et cetera. At the same time, the medical system never fully said what addiction was. In fact, by the way, when I say addiction, as a historian, you just imagine like the scare folks around it. So I think it's really a fraught term. but it's the one that was used. It was the part of the parlance at the time. So when I use it, just know that I'm putting the quotes around it. There was no consensus about what it was, let alone treatment, and what it should mean, or whether care should be separated from control. And by the 1960s, in fact, New York was already building treatment systems that looked and felt like punishment. This is before the Rockefeller drug laws. So when Rockefeller declared in 1973 that treatment had failed, he was not starting a new conversation. He was taking on an old one to its most punitive conclusion. This matters for the DCJ report, this fantastic report that if you haven't seen it, then, okay, I had a copy of it somewhere right here. This report right here, which I would really encourage you to take a look at. Arrest and prison sentences have fallen, treatment diversion has expanded, but racial disparity and court-based coercion remain very much with us. The harder question is this: when New York calls something treatment, how do we know it is actual care? So before the story, of course, did not begin with the demand for punishment in early 1950s. As I said, Americans were impressively willing to consider narcotic maintenance. Here in New York City, the New York Academy of Medicine was a national leader in this discussion. There were other medical societies. Richmond County Medical Society of Staten Island, believe it or not, was a leader in that. Even Ebony Magazine, and those of you know Ebony Magazine, it's not a controversy. It never has been. But even they had this really good article in 1953 asking, should dope be legalized? It was really good. Now look, it was sandwiched in between an article about like Black Hollywood and like the richest Black debutante, I think that's what that. But so, just to give you what Ebony is about, but right there in mainstream print media is this a really thoughtful discussion. And other magazines, of course, had it as well. A major point in the 1950s, the mid-1950s, was the Price-Daniel Committee. And many people don't know about this because it's overshadowed really by events that happened later, but it's a congressional Senate committee that goes on for a year in which Price-Daniel, a Southern Democrat from Texas, works really hard to implant in the American mind the association between Black, Puerto Rican, and Mexican American people with crime, with drugs, with rape of white women. You just every racist trope you could think of, he got it all in there. He had 12 months to do it, like 11 hearings, 10 different cities. And none really changed the discussion thereafter. The discussion of things is really never the same in the United States. And this is an article that I've actually just finished late last night that hopefully will be in print later on this year. The second point I want to make is the heart of my argument. Medical reformers had a powerful argument against punishment. They could say correctly that locking people up had not solved the problem of quote-unquote addiction. They could say addiction should be treated as an illness, not a crime. But they did not really agree on what kind of illness addiction was. Was it psychiatric? Was it a weak personality? Was it a social problem? Was it a chemical dependency? Was it a moral problem dressed up in medical language? Different doctors all had different views, and all people who saw themselves as reformers, in fact, but there's just no consensus at all. Really, the only thing they agreed on is that it's a medical issue, which I think we could, I think maybe we would take even issue with that. So the phrase addiction is a disease did a lot of work politically, but did not settle very well. It often meant police should not be in charge, which is good. It's fine. But then who should be in charge? Doctors, judges, treatment centers, state hospitals, or prisons renamed as hospitals? I think our historical hindsight lets us know that there were problems with all of this. That uncertainty helped make confinement look therapy. By the 1960s, more officials accepted that addiction was an illness, but the quote-unquote medical response often meant locked institutions, forced abstinence, court supervision, testing, and removal from one's community. That is why I do not think we should tell this as a simple story of treatment first and then punishment came later. Treatment and punishment were already tangled together. Medical language did not automatically produce humane policy. Sometimes it even gave punishment a softer name. This brings me to something that maybe older people or historians, just me. That's right. It's a private suit. The Narcotic Addiction Control Commission of New York State, a distant foreparent of today's OSS. The clearest example, it remains the clearest example of this punishment medicalization paradigm, which I can describe. created in 1966. NAC was supposed to represent New York's great medical alternative to punishment. It did not. It did not blur a line that had previously been clear. It exposed how unclear that line had always been. And I'm giving a sign. People with addiction could be committed for treatment, sometimes for years. These came to be known. All it took was a few people to leave for the word to get out that they were, and they were later described as candy-coated prisons. And in fact, many of them were, in fact, just jails that had been decommissioned. There was one, I think it was Woodburn, where there were still people who were in prison for other crimes who were being transitioned out as they were bringing in patients. And so they had no time to rehab the building. It was like they just swapped out populations. It was a massive therapeutic and political failure. I also want to put this out as well. This enabled Rockefeller to say, we have tried everything and nothing has worked. And that's pretty much a direct quote from the state address in January, where he announced the proposal for his drug law reform. I also want to say something else. There has been an argument for about a decade or so now that Black Americans supported criminalization. And that needs to be complicated a bit. Yes, there was a widespread demand, places like Harlem, in the South Bronx, in Bed-Stuy, and other places, for better policing. Right, policing was not good at that time. But when Rockefeller brought out and outlined this proposal, you immediately see Black dissent. The Amsterdam News, you see people, even Charlie Rangel has some questions about it, and he actually ended up being a drug warrior in Reagan's 1980s. Many of the civil rights organizations, all of them, well, many of them anyway, spoke out against it. This history matters because it helps us give some context to this already historical document that we have here from the BCJ. The report shows real change from 20 to 23, that prosecuted drug arrests in New York fell by 80%. And sentences to jail dropped, et cetera, et cetera. But in fact, those disparities were not exactly diminished and certainly not eradicated. I will stop here and thank you very much. I very much look forward to the discussion, and thank you again for our convenience.
Thanks, Sam. It's helpful to point out a few of the key pieces through the history, and if you want to learn more, Sam's got a couple of books here. So Gabriel, help us move a little bit further down the line and understand how the Rockefeller drug laws themselves, before we got the reforms, how they shape and scale the court and the prison systems in New York State.
Thanks, folks. I set a timer for myself to using my phone. That's what that is. I just want to acknowledge that Ms. Dunstan came in the room from Elmport, and also former Assembly Member Jeffrey Aubrey, who's the champion of reforms, and really great to see. This convening, is in the titles is the convening to talk about drug policies, and which I think are quite important, of course. But if I could, I would add an asterisk to it, or at least something else to the title. Say we should be talking about drug war politics, because if we don't talk about drug war politics, we really will not understand what's happening with drug policies. And one of the things that happens in reports like this one, which is quite good, but one of the things that it misses is the political context within which decisions are being made. And one of the things that happens with researchers, no disregard to researchers, no disrespect intended, is that they have to focus on things that they can measure. And it is really difficult sometimes to measure things that are about movements and social justice efforts and people organizing to change. But that's a really critical context to all of this that I'll touch on in my brief comment here. But let's go back to 1971, when Nixon makes this declaration of a war on drugs. And at the time, I think it's really important to understand it as a political declaration. It's a political declaration of war. Specifically, it's a political declaration of war on Black people. He doesn't say that word, but if you go back and look through the research and the history, that is exactly what it was. Another way of calling this is Nixon declares race war. That's what we could call that. And it's a political declaration at that time, meaning here's the politics. He's out there talking about the drug war, but there's not really an architecture for that drug war in practice and policy until 1973. when Nelson Rockefeller introduces the laws that came to bear his name. 15 to life sentences are a core element of that. 15 years to life, first time offense, you're out forever. Rockefeller prior to that had supported a range of approaches. You could hear Dr. Roberts saying, he said at one point, we've tried everything, it doesn't work. It wasn't just that Rockefeller had a change of heart because things didn't work. It's that he had ambitions to be the president of the United States. And a guy named Ronald Reagan in California was outflanking him on the right, being tougher on crime and tougher on radicals and tougher on Black people and all that sort of thing. Rockefeller needed to make a move so that he could position himself to be the Republican Party nominee in the upcoming cycle. Therein, you get the Rockefeller drug laws. Its purpose functionally in that respect was a political one, more so than anything else. It actually surprised many of his aides. They didn't expect him to present that. They were surprised when he did. That's the architecture. That architecture gets replicated around the country because at the time there were not other states that had those types of structural frameworks, policy frameworks on the books. We had punishment, yes. We had mandatory minimums before that, yes. But nothing like this. One of the things that the Rockefeller drug laws did is put all the power, they didn't actually give a ton to the cops so much, cops have a ton of power anyways, they just gave it to the DAs. So the DAs are going to be the ones that decide who's in and who's out. If you have a good DA or DA good for you, you could get diversion DA's call. Otherwise, you're going upstate. And a lot of people did, but it was mostly Black and brown folks. By 1980, when we get a Democratic, in the early 80s, we get a Democratic governor here, Mario Cuomo, and a Republican president, Ronald Reagan. They're in effect saying the exact same thing. Reagan rehashes the war on drugs. He declares it. Nancy Reagan does her Just Say No things. We have Gen X kids in the room who grew up with Just Say No, a bigger tribe. And Reagan's arguing for a drug war nationally. Nancy Reagan's doing her Just Say No. Cuomo's building prisons. Some of that is because of deindustrialization, because of neoliberalism. All the factories are gone from upstate. What are these people going to do for work? We're going to give them prisons. That's where they're going to work. It was sold as a job training program. Up front, they were very clear about it. We're going to take Black and brown bodies from predominantly 7 neighborhoods in the city of New York, but across the city, and we're going to send them upstate so that those Black and brown bodies can be essentially the mechanism to provide upstate low-income poor white folks jobs, because all of the jobs have moved out and the factories have gone overseas as a part of the neoliberal experiment project. Dozens of prisons were built by Cuomo in the 80s and by his successor, Pataki, and they were very much focused on the expansion of New York's prison system, which was about 11, 12,000 people in prison, state prisons, when Rockefeller declares his drug laws in 73. By 1999, about 74,000 people, roughly a third of those people in state prisons are there under the Rockefeller drug laws. 95% of those, 97 of maybe 98, are Black and Latino. That's nothing about who uses drugs, by the way. That research has been broadly done. Let's be very clear. People of every stripe are using drugs. Actually, white folks tend to use it at higher rates, especially younger white men. But that's not who was being brought into that system. And that was never who the focus was. And in fact, just as a side brief comment, marijuana was a part of the Rockefeller drug laws when they passed in 1973. And one Republican and a Democrat led the effort to pull marijuana out of the Rockefeller drug laws in the 70s, in part because there were young white suburban boys getting arrested for marijuana, and they didn't want that to happen to them because that wasn't who it was for. There's another story about the marijuana arrests here in the city of New York, which is beyond the scope of this discussion. Maybe it'll come up in the Q&A. All of this time, people are resisting. There's a young guy working at a drug treatment center in Elmport, or in Queens. The place is called Elmport. His name's Jeffrey Aubrey. He sees all these people coming in needing treatment. He sees what's going on. He decides to go be a legislator to try to do something about it. And he sticks with the damn thing, right? Like Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill, and he stays with it. So you've got folks like Assemblymember Aubrey, which if we didn't have it, there'd be no reform. You've got folks outside of the system working, family members whose names we'll never know, groups upstate who never made the news, but they did the day-to-day work trying to raise awareness and attention and fight back because their loved ones were incarcerated. They had people that they loved who were locked up. They wanted to see something change in their community. And there was a very strong grassroots movement that built up over time that fought back. one of those things really interesting is that students led a lot of that. How many students do we have in the room, right? The term drop the rock, if you've heard that term, came out of the student organizing movement in New York in the 90s. Students invented that. There were other folks that came out to thought, folks like Eddie Ellis, who had done time to bring his name into the room, who started a radio show on WBAI to talk to folks inside of facilities. You know, folks like Anthony Papa, who had been incarcerated, Elaine Bartlett, Shreya Donahue, whose son got incarcerated, all sorts of folks that came together to fight for this, along with a number of organizations like the one that Tracy and I worked at, advocates like Deb Small, who spent years trying to put this on the agenda for change. All of that effort going into the 2000s starts to build real political momentum. Remember, I said we should talk about the war politics, not just policies. The policies sucked. And the policies, the reforms that happened in 04 and 05 were small, for sure. And the ones in 09, not everything that all of us would have been fighting for wants. But if you understand the drug war politics of that time, you therefore understand how utterly profound these changes were in that moment. New York started this process, right, with that architecture in 1973. Other states adopted it. I worked once with a lobbyist from Ohio when we were doing reforms in Ohio. He had been a Democratic state legislator in Ohio in the 70s, and he said the AG there was pushing for drug law reforms. And in Ohio, when they were having that fight, they billed it as we need Ohio's version of the Rockefeller drug laws. That was the late 70s. By the time the full reforms get pushed through in 2009, which they almost didn't happen because of a whole range of things we don't have time to get into, other than to say, but for a strong social grassroots movement on the ground and key folks inside like Aubrey who refused to give up, we wouldn't be here today having this conversation. At the time that the laws passed in 2009, there had been no reforms like that in the country. Or practically nothing like that in the country, certainly not through the legislative process. Some things through voter referendum, not anything like that. Today, we're openly talking about ending mass incarceration. Good. Abolition is a strong debate, much like it was actually in the early 70s, interestingly. We're in a very different context. Of course, now there's fascism and authoritarianism, which we have to deal with that, of course. But in 2009, DAs were saying, we don't need these reforms because we're already diverting people. You see that in some of the data in this report, even if that's not that factual point isn't pulled out of context. Why were the DAs diverting people? Because folks on the street were kicking their ass. Because elections were turning on reform, and that only happened because of a strong grassroots movement. Formerly incarcerated folks, people in recovery, family members, students, folks on the inside of the system like Aubrey, folks on the outside. When the reforms happen, I'm wrapping up. You know what happened. A couple things I'm going to ask folks to hold on to through the course of the day that I think are really critical to understand how we got here and things that can inform us as we go forward. One, when those reforms happened in 2009, they did not require diversion to be done through a drug court. That was a very intentional effort on the part of the drafting of the reforms. But that is exactly what New York did. OCA's, the Office of Court Administration, the third branch of government, when they took the laws and wrote their memos for the judges to say, here's how we're going to implement this, they did that through drug courts. They implemented a law that says you don't have to do it through drug courts, and they said, we're going to just do it through drug courts, which was very problematic. And there was a really strong effort that Tracy and I others were part of to fight them to stop it. We didn't win. The second thing is, we were at a systems level change. You cannot change policies and that have a systems level element to them and expect that it's just going to happen, because people have to implement those things. And if there's no effort for implementation, inertia is going to take over and you're going to get what you got. We fought with the Cuomo administration for years to get them to appoint someone to drive implementation, and they never did. And that, I think, was a massive failure in terms of leveraging the scope of what's possible. So that's my time a little over, actually, and I will stop.
Thank you for that. Gabriel. So we're up to the point in the narrative that I have a little bit better hold of it. So I'm gonna set Tracy up here a little bit. When I first started here, a lot of the conversation was, how are we going to take advantage of the expansions of the Affordable Care Act to address some of these challenges of the coupling of the treatment system with the criminal legal system? I think you were the one who introduced me to this article of healthcare, not handcuffs.
Yeah.
And that the saying at the time was often the front door to treatment is jail cell, and we need to remedy this. And so there's a lot of attention paid through the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, as he embraced the moniker, of the Medicaid expansion states. Did you expand Medicaid to single child adopted? Did you not? One of the other key elements of the Affordable Care Act is the 10 essential services that are part of the Medicaid plan. And so there are three key things that all states have to cover in Medicaid if they're going to access the federal dollars, which included mental health services, drug treatment services, and pre and postnatal care. Those were three things that most insurance companies didn't want to cover because they were more expensive. And so they could offer cheaper plans, and those less expensive plans would be bought up by those who didn't have the means to buy more expensive plans. And so by setting a floor of we're going to provide these things, it created these opportunities. And so one of the things we were really focused on in those early days of district, I'll say the word, I know it's a in the first round of the Affordable Care Act, if rollout, at least in New York State, was to address this challenge. And one thing I'll say too, I always point this piece out. There was over 100 people on the Medicaid redesign team that the governor and the state pulled together to address these issues. There was one person from the criminal legal system who was from Legal Action Center on that team. And then a few years later, when people pushed the mayor to endorse the closing of Rogers Island, there was another commission that came, the Littman Commission came together. Mostly judges, attorneys, people on the criminal legal system side. There were no healthcare people on that commission. So even at our largest attempts of statewide or regional planning, we persist in our siloed attempts to address these issues. But in practice, we know that they are not siloed and that they're more linked than we want them to be. So one of the questions I wanted to put to Tracy, and as we're addressing some of the challenges around harm reduction here, is how did this coupling of the criminal legal system with the treatment system, how does it continue to reduce our ability to utilize harm reduction approaches and services in addressing drug use?
Are we in the question part? We're in the question section?
Yeah, it's you a question.
Oh, that's right. Okay. In some ways, talking about this means doing a little bit of a love letter to my former employer, Legal Action Center. And I was there for a combined 24 years. And Legal Action Center got started almost right after Rockefeller drug laws were passed. I like to tell the history and ground us in the fact that as harsh as Rockefeller drug laws were, they were even worse. And the young lawyers at Legal Action Center actually challenged the original Rockefeller drug laws as being cruel and unusual punishment. And they brought that all the way to Supreme Court. So part of this is also, it's a love letter to Legal Action Center, but it's also an acknowledgement of the Black women and the Latino women who spearheaded even the first reform of these harsh laws. The case was brought on behalf of three women: Martha Carmona, Donna Fogarty, Roberta Fowler, because these are the names that get lost in history, and we don't ground it. As Dr. Roberts mentioned, we saw the problems. The Black community saw the problems, but policy driven by politics persisted. Martha Carmona was a Puerto Rican woman who was not someone the system would have easily recognized as deserving of compassion. She was facing mandatory sentence of 15 years to life for possession of just over 3 ounces of cocaine. And I'm not good at the gram stuff, but it's about a handful. little less. What do we say, like a lighter or something? And the state was prepared to remove her from her life for decades. I want to acknowledge Black woman, Judge Constance Baker Motley. She was the first Black woman federal judge, legal strategist behind Brown versus Ford, and she ruled that these sentences were so extreme, they violated the Constitution. So at the very beginning, Black and brown women were telling the truth about what these laws are doing. And then the other piece of this history that's important to uplift is that the decision was overturned by Judge Motley, but the Supreme Court refused to hear the case. Justice Thurgood Marshall issued a dissent that was and still resonates. He rejected the idea that you can justify extreme punishment by pointing to the broader harms of drugs and warned against holding individuals responsible for society's fears rather than their own actions. So his dissent actually fueled the legislature, the New York State legislature, to remove the mandatory life sentences for most drug offenses, but the broader structure of the law remained intact. And so the underlying logic. So again, talking about this tension between justice, criminal justice, and health, as we've talked about it, we have to talk about drug courts. And they operate within a contradiction. So they're part of the system that's designed for control and punishment, and yet they are delivering care, compliments of Rockefeller. Judges who are not clinicians are positioned to make treatment decisions. And then the providers are required to operate within this compliance-driven framework that often conflicts what actually supports people. So it's a lot of fun to have Sally Friedman here in the audience, one of the Legal Action Center attorneys, Senior Vice President for Legal Advocacy, and the pioneer in a report that uplifted that courts that decided that people should be on some kind of treatment or not were in violation of the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act. And it really brought home this idea that well, I used to say, if you went to law school and you went to medical school, then you could make these decisions. But often that was not the case. Arbitrary decisions about how much methadone a person should be on were made by judges and prosecutors. Over time, this pulled treatment closer to surveillance and further away from care. And Jeff and I did a lot of work on the Medicaid piece. It is a whole other conference about how Medicaid law embodied a restriction of health coverage for people if they were incarcerated. And we've created all of these systems around these structural harms. We see the continuity in who gets. Do I get to go home? Okay. We see that the continuity in who gets access to diversion and treatment is delivered. Eligibility is shaped by prior system contacts, including so-called violent charges, produce new patterns of over-policing in Black communities. So we're relying on court-mandated residential treatment that often function less as care and more as removal. And again, as Dr. Roberts and Gabriel pointed out, separating people from their families and their stability in ways that mirror incarceration. So we have to be careful that if we're not careful, the reforms will become an expansion of the harm. And I'm going to close with just talking about the fact that part of the catalyst of this report and of this work is the emergence, I'd like to say, of a response to our second opioid epidemic. We had one in the 70s, and that was heroin. But the one that happened as a result of pharmaceutical companies and overprescribing and prescription pill epidemic that turned into a heroin epidemic, that turned into a fentanyl overdose epidemic. Billions of dollars, $5 billion were secured out of these settlements. New York has something close to 1.2 billion to spend. Over the last 4 years, we are supposed to be using these dollars to respond to the urgency. And quite frankly, it is also responding to the architecture that doesn't get people well, right? We have systems of treatment that get people just well enough to have to come back. So that's kind of my response about the health and disconnect piece. And I don't want to talk anymore because I want to hear more from Gabriel and Sam.
Thank you, Tracy. And always a good partner, setting me up. My question to Sam was about unintended consequences. So the opioids epidemic, or second round of opioid epidemic is around for. The Dr. we do see a lot in the narrative, even some of the aspects that you articulated earlier, and then kind of how we got into the position we are now, that we spend a lot of our time and focus trying to address some of the unintended consequences of our attempts to address issues of addiction and crime in our communities. What are some of the learnings that you can help us identify from your examination of the earlier period that we could bring into the current conversation to try to help us avoid falling into the same mistakes or same challenges?
Thank you for the question. If I had a true answer, I'd probably be paid a lot more than I am, but I do have some thoughts on it. In fact, I think during my comments, I said that I'm not very comfortable with the word addiction. I think many of us are not. I'm not even comfortable with substance use disorder or whatever term will come after that. I think it's it implies a certain unity of conditions that may not be there. I think for every person is something different there, and I think what we're looking at in a lot of ways is a crisis in just because we don't have good mental health. As long as we silo off addiction, drug use, whatever you want to call it, into this one thing, either be it in medical or in public policy, criminal legal policy, whatever, I think we're going to end up with some of those unintended consequences. I'm saying it's like shooting at the wrong target. And I apologize for having used a militaristic metaphor just on stuff like that, but I think it's nonetheless happening. And I think we've already seen some of the unintended consequences. I think as Tracy and Gabriel both said, reform often ends up bringing, it's a backdoor way to kind of just reinscribing many of the inherent biases in our policy, not even biases, I mean just structural inequities that are there and often for a reason. So I think we have to be careful about that as well. I think we also need to look at the political economy of our institutions. When Gabriel said that prison construction was a jobs program, that's very, very true. I have a colleague, Ruth Gilmore, who wrote about that process in California, and the book is called Golden Gulag, and it came out quite some time ago, but I still teach it. It holds up, and she lays out the case that we have, that our expansion of these institutions is in direct pace with how our economy. And I teach at Greenhaven Prison, which is where Eddie Ellis was. And we've talked about that. And it's like the easiest lesson plan I've ever made, because all the guys in there get it. They know who's on the outside of those walls. They know this community. The communities around the prison are typically ones dependent on that prison. So I think we also need to think in a macro about that. Like, what is the economic and political geography of what we're dealing with here? And why is it that we need something called, addiction, substance use disorder, or, possession, all these things that are in our legal code, and then also in our medical practice, Why do we need those? What institutions do they actually, support? Like I said, if I had a better answer, I'd be better fitting. Thank you for the question.
No, that's good. I'm lucky enough to be able to walk my kids to school. We only live a few blocks from their school. And there's one main thoroughfare. There was just a ton of cars going through, and so you have to wait and stop. And my daughter asked me, she was maybe second, third grade at the time, why are there so many cars heading in this direction? That's not the way into the city. She knew enough that we didn't live close on Tunnel Island in New Jersey City. And they were going to Journal Square. And I said, oh, the courthouse is up there. And that's a big business over there. And there's a lot of people heading in that direction because there's a lot of work in that space. And one of the guys who were just saying that outside of the bodega was like, I hear that. And I was like, that's a street cred. It's by just being able to name the things that some of my partners taught me. So I want to go back to Gabriel as well to talk about some of the ways that, and just to name a few more of the ways that this coupling of the system shapes treatment, and even things that you may have heard from providers about some of the challenges on the drug treatment side that they're facing. I'll say in one of our conversations where, and I think one of our partners in this room was around this, trying to change the way that that providers were forced to conduct urinalysis with their clients. And one of the folks said, when they get the form from drug court, it's pre-printed on the form that they will agree to conduct urinalysis with their client. And they said, so the reality of that is every time one of our clients comes in, we have to conduct observed urinalysis, right? I had to do this after football in college. So you have to pull up the shirt, you spin around, show them everything you got, and then you put it in a cup, right? So that happens before they then go sit down and have a case management. And they say, think about how that tarnishes or impacts the relationships that we have with our clients. And they want to serve those clients who are coming through the court, but the court is dictating the ways in which they're able to provide those services. So not to steal your fire, but I know you have a few more examples of ways in which the coupling of the systems is tarnishing our ability to get folks well.
Yeah. I think if we're speaking frankly, there's if we say drug treatment, that's a huge opaque thing. And if we want to get specific, we can say there are a number of treatment providers who benefit tremendously by being married to the criminal legal system. That's their bread and butter, and they're okay with that. And there are a number of other treatment providers who don't, or don't want to be, or who end up having to go there because that's where their people are, but at every turn are trying to figure out other ways to not have to concede to the variety of requirements that the court might bring to the table. And that's a lot harder to do when there are other treatment providers who are happy to be married to the court system, who are willing to take on any additional screening requirements that the courts may require. It makes it harder for the treatment providers who don't want to do that to actually do that because they're inside of a context. I think the fact that the treatment system, setting aside whether we think it's productive or not, is enmeshed with the criminal legal system, I think is abhorrent. And I think not to be overly simplistic, but could you imagine if someone in your family was diagnosed with cancer, and then in order to get treatment, you have to go talk to a DA? Nobody would fucking stand for that part of my language, but it infuriates me that this is so normalized here. Maya is here. She's if you're not reading her stuff, you really should. And she wrote this amazing book called Unbroken Brain, which is about, she's written a ton of stuff, but about how we're not thinking about addiction in the right way, or some people at least aren't. And there's other ways to approach this that might be much more useful. I mean, people like Maya and others are doing that kind of work, but it is really difficult to advance some of those options when state and city dollars are being allocated to the very providers who are the most comfortable with partnering with DAs or in a criminal legal context. I want to be clear, that happens, and there's some very good people, even in those contexts, trying to, shovel against the tide. But I think there's a larger policy debate that we have to have, and that's inside of a political context in which we live, where it is vital that we start to be honest about what is the hell is going on here and why it is that we've been accepting as a society for decades the relationship of treatment being married in with the criminal legal system. What the heck does a DA have to do or a judge with treatment? I know a lot of people who've been through drug court who say it saved their life. That doesn't in any way take away that experience for them. But I know a lot of other people who either didn't make it or ended up behind bars or went through drug court and sort of lied their way through it in order to be able to not get stuck inside of a system that's designed ultimately to dehumanize them. Which is what we're talking about. We're talking about incarceration. We're just talking about dehumanizing people. And the threat of dehumanizing people as a vehicle to mandate treatment to ensure an outcome of either abstinence or using a preferred drug or whatever the case may be is kind of sick. But it's just really normal. It's what we're doing. And one of my greatest sort of disappointments with the implementation side of the Rockefeller model, say this and stop, was that we had this window of opportunity, or there was a window of opportunity created by those reforms to do something different, potentially radically different. And we just couldn't win that part of the fight. I think there's a larger discussion to have about what it means to do policy reform work, where the sexy part is getting the law standard, and the really unsexy, very painful, mechanical part that is also the part that funders just frankly don't care much about is on implementation. And that I think as movements, it's important that we think more long-term about implementation and the role in our policy reform struggles. If there's any funders listening or in the room, I implore you to put money on the table for implementation that you put on for the reform efforts to lead there. But I think that we've been able to win that part. You know, this could look very different. We didn't win it, you know, and I think it's one of the reasons that we're in the position that we are today, where some of these reforms that at the time were viewed as there's a lot of hope, you know, have been mangled by, I think, in many respects, of implementation.
So I know Tracy wanted to say a couple more words about the health implications here and what we put in office.
Okay. We're in New York, center of the world, right? But I think, again, something that Dr. Robert pointed out, which is that Rockefeller became a template for other states. And so, as Rockefeller has done, these kind of systemic and structural harms are perpetuated across the country, and by region actually makes a difference. Those of you who are Medicaid wonks in the room understand what it means that how the number of southern states that have refused to take the Obamacare expansion. That is political, but it's also embedded in these states and their history with chattel slavery and Jim Crow and all the way through. I wanted to point out that we're also, when we talk about treatment, it's in the realm of what is called mental hygiene. And we don't talk about it that much. It's not mental health alone. The Office of Addiction Services and Support, the Office of Mental Health, and the Office of People with Developmental Disabilities all are governed by state mental hygiene law. And, you know, I did a little bit of time in the governor's office, and it remains true that mental hygiene is also institutional and carceral when you think about it. It can force people into treatment. It can imprison people in the name of health. Mental hygiene meaning healthy minds. So we have whole systems that are about the health of the mind and then the health of the body. And they don't see that they are serving the same people. And so it's not just the alliance that mental hygiene agencies, addiction treatment agencies have with criminal justice, it's also baked into their regulatory structure. and that almost every state has mental hygiene law that have these powers. And we need to know a thing or see a thing to talk about a thing. And it's a hidden thing. This is not just about public health and criminal justice. This is also about how we have weaponized mental hygiene and the health of people's minds.
Thank you. So I think that is a good time for us to open up the questions from the audience. Do we have somebody who can help us with the mic here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So Raphael's gonna come to you, but so raise a hand. I'll try to call folks out, and then Raphael can bring the microphone over to you. Right up here, Raph?
I can also be really loud.
For the folks online.
For folks online. Probably not that loud.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hi, thank you. So going back to the conversation on the 2009 reforms, talking about not requiring diversion to be done through drug courts, and that's how OCA implemented it, although it was purposely not written to be done that way. Can you give a little more context for what the alternative was, what the hope was, in terms of not necessarily requiring diversion through drug courts, and what we could or should be doing instead as we work towards either, drug court reforms, incarceration, alternatives to incarceration in general.
Yeah. Yeah. At the time, the theory was that if implemented the right way, the expansion options would be very, very broad. One of the challenges with drug courts is that they operate under an addiction paradigm. So someone has to be addicted. So remember Dr. Roberts' quotes here, right? Or they have to have a substance use disorder in order to enter into the court. Well, a lot of people will use drugs that don't have a problem of disorder. Their biggest problem is that they were arrested. At the time, we were trapped within the context of the DSM-4, which is the diagnostics manual. I see Dr. Tatarski here. There's others here who could explain what that is. It's used though in psychiatry, and it was what the determination of addiction was drawing from these medical manuals. And then the DSM-4 was, I don't remember the exact language, but it was along the lines of like, how do you know someone has an addiction? They're using a substance in a way it shouldn't be used, and they're having a problem in their life. And like that pretty much sums up somebody who's using an illicit substance that's illicit, so they're by law not supposed to be using it. And the problem is they're sitting in a jail cell now. That's a big fucking problem. Sorry, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. I know we're online. I do apologize. That's a big problem if you're the person. Now, one thing we don't tend to hear, we really should, is that people use drugs. A lot of people, just fine. All kinds of things. There's coffee right out here if you want to get really down to it, right? Caffeine is a very serious addictive substance. It's a psychoactive substance, right? We use drugs. People use drugs. All societies in one form or another do it. And you know what? A lot of adults, grown adults, use substances of a variety of sorts, some legal, some illegal. And you know what they are? They're amazing members of their church and wonderful parents, and they go to work and they take care of their family. And maybe they're using a substance of some sort or another. One of the challenges here that we're confronting is about white supremacy, right? Because what police are doing is targeting largely, and of course, economics, but largely low-income communities of color and arresting folks. Not everyone who gets arrested on a drug charge has a problem with drugs. Their problem is that their problem is white supremacy. The cops are there because of racism and targeting them because of racism. And now they're inside the system, and they have to pretend like they have an addiction in order to do something any one of us would do in that situation, which is, I don't want to go to prison. So if I have to pretend like I have an addiction, I'm going to pretend like I have an addiction. A lot of people do this. What we were trying to get at with the 09 reforms was a way around that. that someone could be inside of the system that could get arrested and say, they could just get diverted because they've been arrested on a drug charge, period. The narrowing of what OCA did essentially was take something that was drafted to be quite broad and say, we're actually going to do it only down to this little narrow hole. And anybody who wants to fit into it has to feign, whether they have a drug problem or not. If they don't, they have to pretend like they do. And now we're just playing this whole BS thing. And that was the big problem with how OCA's interpretation led to that was one of the dimensions. And there were a lot of things that happened, but that was one dimension of how it led to a really profound narrowing of what was possible by doing it through drug courts.
Thank you.
First of all, as a Baptist minister, I feel obliged to say fuck. As Charles I'm Charles T. I'm the CEO of Housing Works, and I just have 3 comments. First of all, under Andrew Cuomo's Medicaid reform effort, shortly after he was elected, Housing Works was able to force through a recommendation that OASIS license organizations using a harm reduction modality. Housing Works became the first organization to get one of those licenses. We have passed our policies and procedures manual around, and there are now 6 OASIS licensed organizations in New York State using harm reduction as a modality. This is a huge concern to me because as the Medicaid work requirements roll out, one exemption is if somebody has substance use disorder and they're in treatment. But if you go into traditional abstinence-only drug treatment and you drop out, you immediately lose your Medicaid. If you enroll in a harm reduction treatment program, you can stay, you show up 1 hour a week, you're fitting the requirements and you can avoid the work requirements and losing your Medicaid. But there just aren't enough harm reduction license programs around the state to absorb everyone who could benefit from this. And then my last comment is about OMH. Stark Oakview is a mental health hospital that is worse than a prison. And it is designed to keep people who have a sex offense and are deemed a danger to society, basically not to treat them, but to keep them locked away for the rest of their lives. And that is the core of our mental health system.
Right over here in the front.
Hi, I just wanted to ask a little bit further about the business of pretending to be addicted, because I think there's another issue. Maybe this is discussed later, but if you are on a Rockefeller level drug offense, it's usually a selling kind of offense, and a lot of those people are not addicted, not because they're recreational users, but because they're selling. And I understand that this has distorted a lot of the programming within treatment centers often because people do this, I'm addicted to the hustle, and do the 12-step thing that way. And that, clever, but sort of not what is intended when you were talking about people who have, drug problems and how to help them recover from them. So I'm just curious what you know about what gets done in terms of that within the system and how it functions.
So the way that diversion courts operate, or the premise behind them, is you have a mental health issue, you have a substance use issue, you're involved with domestic violence, so we're going to create a special part of the court where, because you have this underlying contributing factor, we're going to reshape what accountability looks like. And when we, as part of that reshaping, we actually lose a lot of the adversarial nature of the criminal process. And so you have to plead before you go into treatment, you agree to what it is. And so the role of the defense attorney becomes, we can go to trial on this or try to find a deal that doesn't involve you engaging in rehabilitative treatment and you're facing 5 to 8 years upstate, or you can agree to 6 to 12 months of drug treatment services. And so the calculus is set up to push people into a treatment system that is not designed to address the real issues that they have, but and it's not even in relation to what your arrest was for. It's related to when they do the psychosocial assessments or even shorter needs assessments. Here's a need that's been identified, and that's what we're going to address. So it's not we've almost moved like 2 or 3 steps away from where we were in the initial 09 reform efforts, and it's more about just what comes up in your assessment, and then that tells us which area of the diversion apparatus we can send it to.
I mean, again, we're talking about bringing harm reduction into a system that has harm embedded in it. And that is, if we're honest, too big of a task for harm reduction. As we know, those of us who've been employing harm reduction strategies that were taught to us by people who use drugs. And because they knew that their lives were of no value to the systems that were supposed to care for them. So harm reduction as an ethos is in many ways fundamentally incompatible. But to wit, and again, thinking about our previous opioid epidemic from the 70s and the one now, there is, I believe it's still in Buffalo, an opioid court. What is an opioid court? A court where the judge is very knowledgeable about the nature of opioid use disorder and will supervise and work with the clinicians and the case managers and ensure reduce the risk of this person possibly dying from an overdose. Now, I always asked when I was first told about it, okay, so opioid court, was there a crack court? Was there a heroin court? And so we know, right? We have to talk about the anti-Blackness that's embedded in these systems. And that when the prescription pill epidemic happened and people came into treatment, they said, it's broken. And it's like, no, it is working exactly as it was intended. So that might be a good segue because I saw that we have a minute. And I get to introduce our keynote, but before I do that, thank you, gentlemen. I was very intent on this speaker panel being what it is to ground us in the history. A professor, a historian that I respect deeply, and a fellow advocate who's always seen the intersection of health and justice and developed an organization to respond to that. And Jeff is my work husband. You don't want to say it, but he is. Thank you. Okay, so it's me again. And my MC role, I realized that I didn't tell people about, there's coffee, there's water, and the bathrooms, women's bathroom, men's bathroom, the gender that you align with is the bathroom you use, all right? We are joined by someone who brings a perspective that is deeply grounded and deeply honest about what it takes to engage in this discussion of harmful systems and what drives them and how maybe could you solve it, what we need to do to uproot it. In honor of my keynote, I've been walking around with my clipboard that I've had since I worked at Gay Men's Health Crisis in 1990. Because there, I was an organizer. Now, I'm an organizer and I will always be. Saida spent years working at this intersection of systems and community, navigating the realities that many of us are trying to understand from different vantage points. She brings a way of seeing that does not simplify complexity, but it helps. She helps us engage it more fully. So it is my honor to welcome my friend, Saida Dance.
I just told she's like, I'm gonna sit here. I said, I'm gonna sit down too. I appreciate being here. I'm going to sit just because I was a bit tardy. I was supposed to be earlier. But I do believe it's happening at the right time for the right reasons. And I'm going to sit for the right reasons. This feels like a wrong power dynamics for the conversation I want to have with this room. So I'm going to sit down with you so we could be in community. It is a keynote. I am going to read because if I don't know what Gabriel went, but cussing is what I do for a living. I was like, because, and he said, sorry for what? But I have stuff written so that I don't curse as much as possible. So I'm going to sit down, be in community with you guys, and I'm going to read. But I hope it still has the same level of impact that it does when I'm doing my Jay-Z riff without writing written word. So. So we did the yes. When you choose to then redirect people's stuff, they have the mic there ready for me. And I sit down. I'm sorry, guys. Tech people, forgive me. I already said good morning, but we're gonna say good morning a little differently now that I'm sitting and I feel comfortable. Good morning, family. All right, let's try this. So at Encore, we have this big thing, and I know like this class is happening somewhere, right? We're afraid, but they're supposed to know we're in here. All right. Good morning, family. All right, now I feel like I'm here. I am truly grateful to be here. Working with Tracy has been an absolute pleasure for decades at this point. But she's the kind of person that you show up for. When she asks you to do something, you know, other people use terms like voluntold. As a Black woman, I don't accept that answer ever. There's something about telling Black folks that you're telling them to do something. Just for reference, her friends, stop saying that to Black people. You cannot volunteer us to do anything. But she is the kind of person that you show up for. And so she asked me to do this, and I'm more than happy to do this for her and for the conversation that matters, because it's about life, it's about death, it's about accountability, it's about care, and it's about what our communities deserve. I want to ground this day in what is leaking my heart this morning. I was asked to speak because friends and colleagues like Tracy, like Cassandra Frederick of DPA, believe that Encore has a replicable model. And I do too. A model that was designed by community for community, or as our old mantra says, people for the people. Encore was established in 1965, the same year as the passing of the Voters' Rights Act, and the year Malcolm X was assassinated. So a year that represented both hope and despair. After last week's Supreme Court ruling, that was truly a representation of an act that has caused despair. Hopefully today's conference can be a space where we have dialogue about harms, but we find places and opportunities for hope. That is what communities can do for each other. That is what Encore has done. I want to start with this history, because Encore, we know we cannot talk about the future of care without telling the truth about systems that came before it. long before people were using language of harm reduction, long before there was a broader agreement that addiction is a public health issue, our communities were already living with the consequences of policies that treated Black and Brown people as disposable. The Rockefeller drug laws were one of the clearest examples of that. New York chose punishment over care. It chose mandatory sentences over discretion. It chose cages over treatment, and Black and Brown communities paid the highest price. That history is personal for Encore. Former Assemblyman Jeffrey Aubrey's story is a part of Encore's story. Before he became one of the most important voices in New York's fight to reform drug laws, he was at Encore as a young person and later as our executive director. Encore helped shape leaders who understood that systems can be challenged from the outside and changed from the inside. Jeff's leadership in the fight to overturn the Rockefeller drug laws was about families. It was about people who were sentenced to years in prison when what they needed was treatment, support, and care. It was about refusing to accept that Black and Brown communities should be criminalized for the same health conditions other communities are allowed to survive. And when Governor David Paterson held the ceremonial signing of the Rockefeller drug law reforms, it was done at Encore. That mattered. It was a statement. It said the people closest to the harm had always been the closest to the solution. It said community-based organizations were not just the sidelines of justice, we were helping build it. It said that a place rooted in recovery, human justice, and Black community leadership was the right place to mark a shift from punishment towards care. And that moment should guide how we think about the overdose crisis today. Because once again, Black communities are dying. Once again, systems are moving too slowly. Once again, people are being asked to prove they deserve care while policy debates are happening around them. So this keynote is not just about history, it's about lineage. It's about what Encore has always known. Punishment does not heal people, community does. And if you are serious about saving lives, we have to build from that truth. So I want to pause here for a moment. I know that Gabriel had mentioned the Assemblyman was in the room, but I need us to give him the kind of love that you give someone who's dedicated decades of their lives to this work.
I taught her better than that. She knows I think.
You do that shit to me, so. Back at you. Tracy mentioned anti-Blackness. And I'm going to say, as an anti-racist, I have an obligation to organize around the truth and call the thing a thing. We cannot talk honestly about addiction or overdose or housing or recovery without talking about anti-Blackness. These systems did not fail Black people by accident. Many of them were built in ways that punished Black people, displaced Black people, criminalized Black people, and then blamed Black people for the harm those systems created. At Encore, we see the consequences of that every day. People do not come to us because one system failed them. They come because housing, healthcare, employment, education, child welfare, and criminal legal systems have failed them all at the same time. So we have to stop pretending that this is about individual choices, that this is not structural harm. This is both a public health emergency and a racial justice crisis. And once we tell the truth about the structure, we can start being honest about what has to change. We can't put one system on trial and then have the others think that they can walk away clean. These are not separate stories. These are connected examples of how anti-Blackness moves through systems. If we're going to talk about criminalization, we also have to talk about housing. If we're going to talk about treatment, we also have to talk about employment. If we're going to talk about overdose, we also have to talk about poverty. The danger of blaming one system alone is that every other system starts acting like it's doing better than it is. The Rockefeller drug law reforms were important. They restored judicial discretion, expanded alternatives to incarcerated, and shifted the conversation towards treatment. But even after reform, there were still barriers. There were still harsh penalties. There were still people being denied care. That is why reform cannot be symbolic. It has to be structural. At Encore, we know housing does not end at the front door. Our Helen Marshall Manor provides affordable and supportive housing, but it also connects residents to case management, counseling, and services that support recovery and stability. Because if we give someone an apartment, but ignore their trauma, health and economic needs, and recovery, we have not solved the problem. We just simply moved it in. The question cannot be which system is broken. The question has to be, how are all these systems working together to produce this harm? And once we answer that, we have to build solutions that are just as connected as the heart that has been. I want to say, Tracy mentioned about mental hygiene, and we talked about mental health. And what was triggering for me while I was sitting there was the use of the word hygiene. It's to clean something. And so we have to ask ourselves, what were they cleaning and who were they trying to clean out of our societies? Every system touches another system in a person's life. A person does not experience homelessness on a Monday, addiction on Tuesday, unemployment on Wednesday, and trauma on Thursday. They experience it all together. That is why siloed systems do not work. If someone with a substance use disorder is arrested, incarcerated, released without housing, denied work, and unable to access treatment, we should not be surprised when they are pushed right back into crisis. That is not a personal failure. That is the system doing exactly what it was designed to do. And of course, model is built differently because we understand that people need more than one intervention. They need a community of care. While our institution works with the community to provide social justice-based preschools, a network of older adult centers. We have programs that address substance use prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services. We have employment programs, a food pantry, and are building housing. We provide shelter for families and individuals with a clear understanding that no one should be unhoused. Our approach is not just to address one issue, but to build on what we know. The community knows best. If systems are interconnected, our solutions have to be interconnected too. Otherwise, we're just asking people to survive gaps that we have the power to close. We don't talk enough about the trauma of navigating systems. For many Black and Brown people, systems are not neutral. They are exhausted, they are intimidating, and they are re-traumatizing. Think about what it means to tell your story over and over and over and over again, just to prove that you deserve help. Think about what it means to ask for care while worrying that another agency may punish you for needing it. Think about what a family afraid to call for help during an overdose because they worry it would trigger child welfare involvement or police contact. That fear does not come from nowhere. It comes from experience. Stop and frisk taught Black and Brown New Yorkers that public systems often see them as threats before they see them as human. Shelters, hospitals, courts, and benefits offices can reproduce the same harm when they treat people as problems instead of people. At Encore, our job is not just to provide services. Our job is to assist people navigate these systems that were not built for them in mind. That means walking with people, it means reducing barriers, it means using language people understand, it means not making dignity conditional. Every form we simplify, every appointment we help someone to go to, every moment we choose care over judgment, that is a part of healing. We talk about systems repeatedly. We had a conversation earlier about the economy of treatment, the economy of social services. I challenge everyone in here, as we were talking about books, to read Slavery and Capitalism. to truly understand that the entire economic system is based on Black people. I'm going to say that again. Our entire economic and our global economic system is based and built on the backs of Black people, which means that every form of dollar that goes through any system has been designed for people who look like me to be at the bottom. It is designed. Every dollar that runs through this country and all the countries around the world is based and designed for us to be at the bottom. So there is no system. That's why one system will not be held on trial today. There is no system that is not designed for someone to make money based on my demise. And I think that's important to say. 10 years ago, we started our journey of becoming a housing developer. We recognized that as a part of what we needed to be a part of. Knowing that developers that looked like us, like our company, were few and far between. Housing is not just a building. Housing is health. Housing is safety. Housing is recovery. Housing is dignity. We cannot talk about recovery honestly if we are sending people back to unstable housing. We cannot talk about housing without talking about racism. Redlining, disinvestment, and exclusion from mortgage access and segregation shaped where Black families lived, where wealth could be built, what resources their neighborhoods received. That history is not old. It is still showing up in who gets housing, who gets displaced, who gets services, and who gets pushed to the margins. At Encore, as a housing developer, we are building housing with that reality in mind. Location matters. Access matters. If the services are across town, if the paperwork is impossible, if the environment is unsafe, then we have not created true access. We have to stop treating housing as separate from care. You cannot stabilize a life without stabilizing an address. And for Black and Brown communities, housing justice is racial justice, and it needs to be connected to substance use and mental health services. We have to stop asking for change in vague terms. Systems survive vague demands. Racism is like an amoeba. It just changes. It just has another name for it. The system just calls it something else. But we know that we have to make demands that are not vague. When we say fix housing, that's not enough. We need supportive housing and services in communities where people live with funding that lasts. When we say address overdose, that is not enough. We need methadone, buprenorphine, naloxone, harm reduction, culturally competent care, and funding for Black-led organizations. When we say equity, we need to say what equity actually requires. Encore's executive summary of the state of Black overdose epidemic was just about being that precise. It named the crisis, it named the racial disparity, it named the policy failures, and it called for concrete action. That includes ending punitive drug laws, expanding access to life-saving treatment in Black communities, enforcing civil rights protections in healthcare, and directing opioid settlement funds to Black-led organizations. Precision matters because people are dying. We do not need more sympathy without action. We need policy funding and accountability. The question should always be, will this save lives? Will it reach Black communities? Will it be sustained? Harm reduction is not about giving up on people. It's about refusing to let people die while systems debate whether or not they deserve care. Harm reduction is care. It's a strategy. It's accountability. Naloxone saves lives. Medication assisted treatment saves lives. Overdose prevention centers. Let me say that again. Overdose prevention centers save lives. Meeting people where they are saves lives. The reason why I specifically said overdose prevention centers save lives, and I said it twice, is because we run a drug treatment program at Encore, and there's this horrible thing that there's a belief that those of us who happen to be funded to do drug treatment do not believe that people who use substances have the right to live with or without abstinence, with or without medication, with or without you. They deserve to live. The problem is not that we do not know what works. The problem is we do not fund it equitably, scale it fast enough, or place it where Black and Brown communities can actually access it. And of course, Hope Over Harm campaign was a part of that work. It was training people, reducing stigma, and making sure life-saving tools were at the hands of community members. Our comprehensive outpatient program is also a part of that work. People need access to methadone, buprenorphine, and Vivitrol without being shamed, delayed, or pushed through impossible barriers. We are recently getting into the business of methadone because for a very long time, the way that the business was placed upon Black people made Black treatment providers also rejected. And we are now in a place where we're saying to our community, we cannot allow something that we know that works just because it was done wrong to us, not make it work for us. And so we're doing that work now. But harm reduction also requires accountability from systems. If a provider receives funding to reduce overdoses, we should know who they served, where they served them, and whether the lives were actually saved. In Black communities, we have the highest need but receive the least investment. And that is not an oversight, that is structural racism. We need to move resources from punishment to prevention, from surveillance to care, from rhetoric to results. We know that punitive models do not heal people. Punishment may control a moment, but it does not create recovery. It does not repair trauma. It does not restore dignity. Community models work because they begin with a relationship. At our clubhouse, that's an example of a safe, peer-centered space where young people can build leadership, get support, participate in boxing, STEM, sports, homework help, and create programming that reflects what they actually need. That is prevention. That is what it looks like when you give young people something other than punishment. Our LEAD program is another example. Peer outreach, community connection, and alternative pathways matter because people often trust someone with a lived experience before they will ever trust the system. We do not need to criminalize people into wellness. We need to invest in the conditions that make wellness possible. I absolutely reject the idea that jails and prisons are access to care. I absolutely reject that concept. We have to redefine safety. Safety is not about police presence. Safety is not about just surveillance. Safety is not just about security at the door. Real safety is when a person has housing, food, healthcare, a job pathway, community, and someone to call before the crisis hits. When we treat people like threats, we create the threatening environments. When we treat people like human beings, we create a possibility for healing. At EMCOR, we do not believe safety starts with control. We believe safety starts with relationship. That does not mean we ignore harm. It means we ask what created the harm, what could have prevented it, and what support is needed so it does not repeat itself. Safe housing with services is a public safety issue. A youth center that gives young people belonging is public safety. A recovery program that keeps someone alive is public safety. A community space where people are respected is public safety. Security is not just what keeps danger out. Safety is what allows people to breathe, belong, and heal. So yeah, EMCOR is a model, but not because we are perfect. We are a model because we are willing to ask the different and most difficult questions. We are willing to say punishment is not care. We are willing to say housing is healthcare. We are willing to say Black communities deserve investment and not pity. We are the disruptors. We are the disruptors. We are disruptors because we understand that we have to hold ourselves accountable. I'm an anti-racist. As an anti-racist, I always say that people that look like me have to be very mindful of replicating whiteness. In a community that is designed for us to be at the bottom, we have a tendency to replicate whiteness, and sometimes we replicate whiteness better and more efficiently than white folks. So at our institution, we spend a lot of time questioning ourselves and holding ourselves accountable because we could very simply slip into conducting business as usual. And we know where business as usual has always put Black people. We cannot challenge systems and then refuse to not examine our own practices. We have to ask, are we doing what we said we would do? Are people better off because they came through our doors? Are we tracking outcomes that matter? Are we listening when the community tells us something is not working? Accountability cannot end with the press release that goes out or the bill that gets signed or the announcements. They are not outcomes. A ribbon cutting is not the same as a life change. Passing a policy is not the same as implementing justice. That is why we have to challenge and keep pushing. Disruption is not noise. Disruption is building something different and proving that it works. Black communities have always known how to heal each other. Mutual aid did not begin during COVID. It has always been a part of how our community survived systems that did not protect us. ELMCOR was born from that tradition. As mentioned before, founded in 1965, out of community need with roots connected to social justice movements and organizing in Queens. ELMCOR exists because people decided they were not going to wait for someone else to come save them. And that matters. Our history is not just background, it's instruction. It teaches us that healing is not only clinical, healing is relational, healing is cultural, healing is spiritual, healing is an economic justice issue, and healing is political. We see that in our health fairs, in our youth programs, our recovery groups, and our older adult services, and our housing and our outreach. We see it when someone who once came to ELMCOR helps is now helping someone else. We see it when a young person who walked into the door in the gym becomes a staff member, a mentor, a leader, or a legislator that would create the type of reform that impacts families for generations. We see it when a family that is surviving starts imagining a future. Every community has a healing in it already. Our job is to stop systems from interrupting that healing and start investing in it. So the closing through line. The through line is simple. Investment yields justice. When New York invested in punishment, it got mass incarceration. When New York invested in stop and frisk, it got trauma and distrust. When systems invest in disinvestment, communities are forced into survival. But when we invest in housing and care and harm reduction and youth development and community leadership, we get stability, we get healing, we get lives saved. Jeffrey Aubrey's fight against the Rockefeller drug laws was not just changing statute language. It was about saying Black and brown people deserve justice, discretion, treatment, and most importantly, humanity. One of the things that we say is anti-racist is the dehumanizing of Black folks is the dehumanizing of yourself. There is something that happens when you dehumanize someone else without you recognizing you are slowly ripping away at your own humanized being in the world. You are being dehumanized in the same space. It's the reason why when we talk about incarceration as a form of dehumanizing, we always talk about those who are incarcerated. We have to also stop to talk about those who are doing incarceration. Corrections officers are just as harmed in a prison system as those who are in it because of the fact that it is an entire economic system that requires that everyone dehumanizes everyone involved. So we're not waiting for permission to name this crisis. We're not waiting for permission to demand accountability. We are not waiting for permission to lead. This is not a victory lap. It's a responsibility. The work now is to build on what works, fix what does not, and refuse to let people die from systems that already know better. Our people are dying. They are not dying by accidents. Black and Latinos, our New Yorkers are continuing to face the highest overdose rates in the city, and these deaths are preventable. We know what helps. We know it's housing, we know it's medication, we know it's naloxone, we know it's harm reduction, we know that it's people who look like them, we know it's peer support, we know it's community-led outreach. So the issue is not knowledge, the issue is will. We need money in the right places. We need laws that stop punishing people for needing help. We need agencies that can prove that they are saving lives. We need Black-led organizations at the table where decisions are being made. No more empty promises. If you're talking about acting, people keep dying. Fund community-led organizations, recovery programs, especially Black-led organizations already doing the work. Direct opioid settlement dollars and public grants to communities most impacted by overdose, and don't be afraid to say so. I'm going to say that again. There's way too much fear that goes on. The unfortunate part for me is I was born Black. I don't have anything else to be afraid of, because what I was born into put me in a space where either you choose to say it or you don't, but either way, they see you as a threat. So I might as well threaten back, because the reality of it is this: we can no longer require that we sit here and have conversations without transparency, without saying, we need you to say, we need you to fund Black-led organizations. We need people to say, we need you to fund Black communities. We need people to say, there is no reason why you cannot, because not for nothing. If you want to call it reparations, however you want to do this reparative work with Black communities, this is institutional racism. This is structural racism. And as an anti-racist, I call a thing a thing. And we're not going to continue to talk about addiction as if somehow people have given up their choice or their agency, because that's what that means. That's why Dr. Robinson would like to use the language of addiction. It is literally to say that I've given all of myself and all of my agency to something else. And if we start to believe this, then there's nowhere to work from. If someone has given away all their agency, then you have nothing to work from. So change all the language, but most importantly, please recognize that when we're calling a thing, we're talking about systemic racism, when we're talking about substances, housing, or whatever. I live in a world where my Black skin does not allow me to not say that it is structural racism at its best and anti-Blackness at its worst. Thank you so much.
As is often the case when I am exposed to Saida's brilliance and verve, I need a break. So I think, right? Somebody, I'm looking, we're taking a break. How long?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes for the bio, and then we've got some more coming. Please use the QR codes for everything that you need that you don't have in hand. And yeah, come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. This is the second panel before our lunch plenary, and then there'll be one more session. I know folks have to leave, but I just want to say Saida again for doing what I asked you to do. When Health and Justice meet, closing the gap between care systems and legal system. This is Bridget Rivera-Degnan. Okay. Bridget Rivera-Degnan is Senior Policy Manager at the Data Collaborative Justice at John Jay, where she supports the Committee on Latino Communities and New York criminal justice system, leads stakeholder engagement and research on issues impacting Latino communities statewide. Bridget brings over a decade of experience partnering with government agencies, community leaders to drive meaningful change at the intersection of policy, research, and practice. And she also teaches criminology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. So I will let you take it from here.
And thank you very much, Tracy, and thank you everyone for being here today. Really excited for the conversation that we're going to have this morning on closing the gap between care systems and legal systems. Our hope for this discussion is that we can outline some concrete policy and practice recommendations that would better align health and public safety goals, and anchor this discussion in the big picture national conversation. We also hope to explore barriers to voluntary evidence-based harm reduction and drug treatment services, and how these barriers contribute to disparities in who receives care. And then finally, I'm very excited to also introduce to everyone today a concrete example of what better coordination between health and legal systems could look like in practice. So to start us off today, I would like to introduce David Lucas. David Lucas is a drug policy advisor and social work educator focused on reducing harm and advancing evidence-based practice at the intersection of substance use, healthcare, housing, and the criminal legal system. He serves as senior technical advisor in the overdose prevention program at Vital Strategies, leading overdose prevention and policy reform initiatives. A longtime addiction therapist and former clinical lead, he also helped establish Toronto's first overdose prevention site and has taught social work at the University of Toronto and York University. So everyone, please give a hand to David Lucas.
Morning, everyone. Very humbled to be here, especially with this room full of harm reduction heavy hitters. Tracy, I did not know. I can't believe you did this to me. But thank you. And Saida, you weren't here for this, but Dr. Roberts spoke to the honor and small hell of following you as a speaker. So that's me. But happy to be in the room after those amazing words. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about drug courts. We had a really good historical background and some really great discussion and critique of the model. I think to tee me up here to dive in a little bit more. I think this is a pretty friendly room to be as critical as we need to be. So I'm going to just sort of get into what we really need to talk about with this model. So why drug courts? It's just one thing that's in the toolkit. Why talk more about drug courts? Well, first off, I think it probably has the biggest footprint as far as a quote unquote solution that we've come up with. It's got the most funding. I think we've got, upwards of 4,000 to 5,000 drug courts or problem-solving courts across the country. We have thousands of people cycling through them, and they've been around for about 3.5 decades. Another really interesting thing about the drug court, curious to me always, is the fact that it has support across the aisle, right? You can get Democrats on board, you can get Republicans on board. I don't know if you can get Marxist-Leninists on board, but you can get most people, politically minded people in the establishment on board, which says something. If you can convince a conservative that drug courts are a good idea, hey, don't worry, it's still tough. It's really hard. There's a lot of accountability. Don't worry, nobody's getting away with anything. But then you can talk to a liberal and say, what else, the alternative is jail, bad, and you can't do anything about jail, so you better have drug courts. Again, very curious that we've got this thing that everybody sort of agrees on, even our maybe a political opponent. So I'm always interested in it for that reason. Also, I don't know if there's anything in our system that carries such a promise of a meaningful shift towards some sort of alternative. It is a lofty and ambitious one, and I think I would argue that we really haven't offered much other than just sort of a new code paint on traditional approaches. And then, further to that, I like to look at them because I think it's a real confession, and a good way to reflect on how far we've come, or in most cases, how little distance we've traveled since implementing various versions of the war on drugs that are, or war on people who use drugs, so very active. So yeah, a little bit of an unhealthy exception with this intersection of harm reduction and drug courts, but here we are. So one of the things that I've done in my travels as a TA provider in the drug court world is I usually start off in training or workshop conversation with trying to get a sense of the room. If it's interactive, I try to find out from folks, what are you struggling with? And it's a way also to find out what their priorities are, right? Not just what they're struggling with, but what do they focus on? And I apologize for the amount of text here, on this dark slide. But you know, what the sense I get is that this work feels very Sisyphean to folks, and that's not too surprising when you think of you know, how they approach it typically and what the model is. So on the left side, you have a list of all the sort of heady stuff, the kind of the relational and thinking challenges that folks face working in this, things like stigma, whether that's external or internalized stigma, mistrust, whether that's system mistrust or mistrust of participants, which I think is probably the most defining feature. You have misinformation, disinformation, and then you have stasis, just the resistance to change, that I think is pretty defining. On the right side, we have all of the sort of tangible issues, programmatic issues, you know, lack of good housing options, lack of good employment options, very uneven treatment availability, certainly nothing culturally responsive in any kind of meaningful way that we could say that, you know, that issue is being addressed, you know, for the majority of folks who need specialized care. Typically what happens is people do a battery of assessments, and then they, based on how severe their charges are, they typically just get treatment that kind of tethered to the seriousness of the charges, despite that going obviously against any kind of clinical practice. And then of course, access to MOUD is I think we're still hovering around the 30-40% mark of folks who need MOUD, and actually getting access to it. And I think that probably is still pretty generous, maybe not in the you know, broader healthcare setting, but certainly within drug courts. So this right column is the one that's always interesting to me, because these are drug courts can't fix these things. These are system level. You know, we heard earlier about these being broken systems, but you're right that they're broken in tandem. They're broken sort of on purpose in a lot of cases, and it's fine that they're broken. And there's not much effort to unbreak them. But we really can't blame the drug court landscape for a lot of these issues. You could argue that maybe they get too much funding and they do gobble up a lot of attention and resources that potentially do an upstream solution. Generally speaking, these exist alongside drug courts, and drug courts certainly can't really fix it. However, you'd think that the drug court world would say, hey, we've got all of these issues, all of our clients are arriving to us after moving through these broken systems. Maybe we should adjust our expectations. Maybe we should change how we measure success, given 2 minutes left. About that. Okay. Well, okay. So essentially, we've got 35 years of drug court practice. We've got 4 core practices here that have not changed. We are still watching people be in and out in most drug courts. We still are checking attendance, just over obligating most participants based on what they have the capacity for and what's actually necessary and helpful. We are counting sober days, quote unquote sober days, and we are, as a requirement of graduation, typically asking somebody to become a contributing member of society through tax payment. And that hasn't changed. So with all of our new language around, you know, anti-arrest or out of this problem, this is a health issue, it's a disease, all these things, we still are really measuring what success is in measuring health in really black and white ways. So, as a child of divorced parents, I love to look for, I love to try to bring things back together. And I've really tried to think about ways that the harm reduction world can potentially inform drug courts, not because I want drug courts to survive forever, but because, as we were just speaking about, you know, we've got thousands and thousands of people moving through the system right now. So what to do for those folks that are there now, as we also work to try to dismantle and build something new. We have the obvious tensions, abstinence, jail sanctions, drug testing, legal pressure. I mean, these are antithesis to our work from a harm reduction perspective. I don't think I need to go into those have already been discussed. So we also have overlap, right? There's still a principle somewhere in there that we should be supporting these folks in some way instead of sending them to jail. That's still in there. So we still need to hold on to that and leverage that as much as possible. Both harm reduction world and drug court world, they haven't fixed disparities. We have racialized overdose disparities in the harm reduction world. We haven't fixed that. We've done studies on overdose prevention sites in Canada where we've seen that men, women, and people of color have there's different levels of comfort using overdose prevention sites. We haven't solved that in the harm reduction world. Even worse in the drug court world, people of color enter, stay in, and graduate from drug courts at lower rates. And obviously both are dealing with resource gaps that we can't fix on their own. So what to do? Well, okay, first and foremost, we need to think about what the baseline is. If we're working in one of these spaces, and hopefully working it to some degree as like a saboteur. What we're also doing is we're trying to fix some of the core pieces of the drug court model, such that they're at least remotely aligned with a public health approach. So OEND, overdose education, naloxone distribution, handing out naloxone. If Trump supports handing out naloxone, then we know we need to do more. So what we're talking about with OEND is actually talking about safer use, talking about the drug supply, and actually having open and honest conversations about safety while somebody's still in active use with no sort of pretense of like, but next week we're talking about abstinence. We absolutely have to decouple surveillance from mistrust and suspicion. That is a bridge that's typically too far for most drug court practitioners, or at least folks in administrative roles, that we can't really say we're making progress when we go to conferences and we're still selling ankle bracelets. I mean, that's really how far we have come. Medications, and I don't just mean MOUD, and I'll let Dr. Fox speak to that, but that has to be absolute baseline. As Sally Friedman knows, this is, we have to do something. And the national level here could bring an ADA violation against the entire landscape on MOUD grounds, but also pain medication, psychiatric medication too, which we don't talk a lot about, but folks come into these programs and most often have to discontinue these medications, which is a complete game changer for a lot of people. Jail sanctions, I think it goes without saying, like, this is a complete, it's just astounding that this still exists, but it is the second most commonly used sanction according to a recent study that just came out for use, even though it's highly researched and the evidence and even in the relatively conservative national guidance. And we know what happens when folks are given these shock jail sanctions and what that does to overdose risk and discontinuation of medication, all these types of things. So I'm past my 2 minutes. Okay. Well, there's some great settings here. And if you all get the slides, you can take a look at these. It will give you some further readings. I take control of the bold claims, so I try to get a little bit there. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation, Mr. Lucas. And I am now excited to introduce to everyone Dr. Aaron Fox. Dr. Fox is a professor of medicine in the Division of General Internal Medicine at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, Montefiore Medical Center. He is a board certified in internal medicine and addiction medicine. He directs the Bronx Transitions Clinic, which provides comprehensive care for people with chronic health conditions, recently released from incarceration, and conducts research on opioid use disorder, HIV, incarceration, and chronic pain. He currently serves as president of the New York Society of Addiction Medicine. So everyone, please give a welcome to Dr.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. All right. So I'm not going to speak specifically about drug courts, but I think some of the things that have already come up this morning about where are our investments and the political narratives. I do want to touch on the move towards involuntary or coercive treatment and unpack that a little bit. I don't have any financial conflict of interest. And so I think that recently in the New York Times, there's been several articles that have been pushing the narrative that harm reduction has gone too far and that we need to instead consider involuntary or coercive treatment. And the San Francisco Sober Sub from Audio has was writing about San Francisco and making the argument that Daniel Wurry's mayor had cleaned up the streets. There was an article from Nicholas Kristof last year talking about one of his family friends from Oregon who couldn't get treatment until he went to jail. The forced drug treatment. Pete Humphreys had written it several times in the New York Times about an argument for coercive treatment. And then the bottom one, several years ago, Sam Quinones, who wrote a very prominent book, Dreamland, went one step further, arguing that jails may be the best place to provide addiction treatment.
To be fair, there were 3 articles opposing that by me.
Yeah. So, and just to point out, in that article from Herman Lopez, he quotes Steve Humphreys in trying to explain the difference between medical conditions and addiction. He writes, cancer isn't fun, depression isn't fun, but drugs and alcohol are, so people often need pressure to get out of it. And I found that argument deeply offensive in an article about unhoused people who use drugs on the streets of San Francisco who clearly aren't having fun. And I think the one thing that we do need to consider, though, is that substance use and substance use disorders do carry a certain level of ambivalence where there is pleasure and there is pain. And this survey, the pie chart is a little bit small, I apologize about that, but it comes from the National Survey of Drug Use and Health, which is a household survey. They go out and try to create a representative sample of Americans and ask people enough information about their substance use to make a preliminary diagnosis of substance use disorders. And according to the National Survey of Drug Use and Health, in 2024, there were 40 million Americans who met criteria for substance use disorders and did not receive treatment. And of those 40 million people, 95% give the reason that they don't think that they need treatment. So that's just the reality there. Now, most of those people probably don't have severe substance use disorders. Most of them is probably mild and really don't need treatment. But some of the other people think they can handle it on their own. They're not ready. The cost, the stigma. But when you ask somebody, do you need treatment? I would argue with a broken treatment system, if somebody says no, the reason is because what we're offering isn't consistent with what they want. So what's broken? The default system is inpatient or residential, these 28 days to several years in a rehab, and people say, I don't want rehab. It's too hard to get methadone and buprenorphine, the first line treatment for opioid use disorder. So people are saying, well, I don't want to go to a methadone clinic and wait in line all day and then have someone observe me taking my methadone. There aren't good options for stimulant use disorder, contingency management, which is the lead option really available in the United States. And of course, the last point is a little bit snarky, but if we expect addiction treatment to solve social problems, we're going to be disappointed. So when thinking about this, I apologize in my poor AI sales here, but we think about 3 different pathways towards treatment. We can use legal leverage if somebody is had recurrent driving while intoxicated and there's a threat to public safety, then using the legal leverage to encourage treatment makes sense. If health systems are now trying to more frequently screen and incorporate addiction treatment into general medical settings, which has had some limitations, but at least a better option. But we really haven't tried a method of active engagement. And this is where a lot of my research is. And I spent 20 years collaborating with harm reduction agencies to try to do outreach and engage people then where they are and when they want addiction treatment, make it very, very easy or in a low threshold or low barrier way available to them. Right. Specifically about the narrative that jail is the best place to treat addiction. I think most of the people in the room will acknowledge and realize that there's many harms that can come from that. And, I think when people, I don't want to dismiss the lived experience that some people have when they've had a really devastating trajectory of their substance use and end up in jail. And that can be the nudge for them to turn things around and have improvements in their life. That certainly exists. But the opposite situation, if somebody comes home from jail, overdoses, dies, they're not on panels, they're not talking about their story, they're not given that opportunity. So what are the narratives that we hear about? And some of the harms that I see, specifically the one that I want to talk about most, is especially with opioid use disorder, the risk of overdose when people come home from jail or prison when they've lost tolerance, and with the current poison drug supply, with the risks of fentanyl, people can very easily overdose. So I'm sorry, this is projecting a little bit small. I am a scientist, so I do have to at least go through one graph in detail. But these data are from 20 years ago, even before the fentanyl era, demonstrated that in the 2 weeks after people are released from incarceration, the risk of dying is 13 times greater than the general population. And the risk of dying from a drug overdose is 129 times greater. And these data have been repeated in jails, prisons, in other countries. I've met several states around the United States. But what you're looking at is the solid line at the bottom is the mortality rate when people are in prison. And this was from Washington State, 2003. The dashed line is the mortality rate from the general population. So when people are in prison, the risk of dying is actually lower than the general population because you can't get into a car crash or some of the other causes of death. But in that first 2 weeks, that peak bar, that's the risk of dying is 13 times elevated. And then you can see afterwards, it stays elevated even for 9 weeks or later. So I'm looking forward to the questions. I'm glad to be on the panel with these other experts. And my thought about drug courts and coercive treatment is we really shouldn't be jumping to those things until we've made treatment voluntarily affordable and acceptable for the jury.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fox. And now it is my honor to introduce Dr. Allison McCullough. Dr. Allison McCullough, LCSW, is Clinical Director of the Center for Justice Innovation's Midtown Community Justice Center, where she oversees clinical services, including the Manhattan Misdemeanor Mental Health Court, Emerging Adults Court, and Community First, a mobile outreach team using peer navigators and harm reduction to connect people to voluntary care. Dr. McCullough earned her MSW from Columbia University and Doctor of Social Welfare from NYU, where she studied gender and incarceration. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Allison McCullough.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Talk to you about a court in Manhattan that actually all of our substance related work is harm reduction focused. I work for the Midtown Community Justice Center. It's about 5 blocks from here on 54th Street. And I want to talk about harm reduction as it relates to substance use, but also harm reduction in reducing the harms done by the legal system in general to the folks who come through our doors. So the Midtown Community Justice Center, we're a misdemeanor court. We run 3 parts, the Manhattan Misdemeanor Mental Health Court, which we call AP18. And I think unlike a lot of felony courts, it's a very low barrier to entry. You don't have to prove you have a diagnosis. You don't have to have insight into it. We will take anybody. And we also don't call it the Misdemeanor Mental Health Court to clients, as we know that can have stigma. We just call it AP18. It's just another court part. And the only difference is that they're assigned a social worker. We also have the Emerging Adult Court part, which is for younger folks, 18 to 25, because we know their brains aren't fully developed. So we have programming sort of unique to their needs. And then the Community Court. And with the exception of the Misdemeanor Mental Health Court, we're seeing all of the death appearance tickets from the borough of Manhattan. So all of the arrests where someone goes back to the precinct, their fingerprint is, and they get a ticket to come back to court. All of our programming is pre-plea, meaning folks don't have to plead guilty to be able to have their court case stay with us. And it's voluntary. Folks can choose to have their case go back downtown to 100 Center Street if they would like. And at any time during their time with us, they can choose to go back downtown. And one real unique thing with us is jail is not on the table when you're at the Midtown Community Justice Center. And I think that really changes how somebody engages with services when jail's not hanging over your head. Because how can we be asking someone to engage in recovery things when jail or prison is hanging over your head? That's really hard. So we're trying to reduce the harms, interactions with the legal system. We're going to talk about sort of how we do that. But first, this is a picture of our court. There's art that's done by folks who've been impacted by the legal system in our courtroom. It's smaller, it's bright. And then the social service floor is right upstairs. So first, I'm able to go meet folks. Autonomy is one thing that we think can help sort of reduce harms by the legal system, right? Because people are coming to us sort of expecting to be told what to do, expecting us to not really hold them, I think, in the highest regard sometimes. So we'll go from the very beginning trying to offer them a choice. Like, we can do the assessment today if that works, if not, us to find out for you. I give you choice wherever we can. And we're trying to like challenge the expectations of a court experience. People are coming, there's so much shame and fear for like very good reason. People have had horrible experiences in courts. Their family members have had bad experience in court. I've seen people, the last time I got to see someone before they were locked away for a long time was in a court. So a lot of harm has been done in court spaces. So we know that when people are coming to see us. But we're trying to instill hope and reduce shame, and try to do that from the beginning with our assessment. Like, we've changed it to be really low focus and also positive. We're trying to, I think a lot of clients who come to us, like one thing, they can't think of anything nice to say about themselves. That's a question we put into our assessment. And that never stops being heartbreaking when you're working with someone who's been alive for like 50 years and I can't think of one thing they like about themselves. So usually what we'll do is ask, can I tell you something that I've noticed that I really like about you after we've been sitting for a long time? But I think that's just sort of indicative of the shame and sort of the self-narrative that people have when they come to us. And we design a lot of our groups to try to challenge that self-narrative. We have like a community leaders group where folks are going into a group to talk about how they can show up in their communities, like community board meetings, get involved with your library, like things you can make a difference in your community. And like we, as part of the core people you're interacting with, like we expect you to go out in your community and be able to do great things and make a positive impact. We have folks working on like collective art projects when they come in. And a lot of the narrative we have about that is you're coming into this space and joining this community, and you can change this community for the better. We're literally doing that with this artwork that's going to go on the wall. It's brightening a physical space. And harm reduction as it relates to the substance use, what peers? Like I wrote peer on my hand, I wrote it big here. Peers are so important for work, right? I've been a clinician for 20 years. I will never have the expertise and skill that our peers have. They can engage in a way that I will never be able to. And Michael, I think you're watching this, like, thank you for your work. So we're teaching folks how to use Narcan. We're handing out Narcan. We're giving out xylazine and fentanyl test strips. That's our substance use related work. If somebody wants to talk to us about like engaging further in treatment, like we will do that. But it's because they are coming to us and saying that that's what they want. We don't drug test. We don't talk about abstinence. We're letting clients decide how and if they want to talk to us about their substance use. We don't ask someone to disclose it before they go into our harm reduction group. We frame it more like, here's a way to keep your community safe if you know people who use, and here are test strips you can give out. And we hope that usually, like, once people trust us a little bit more, then we could start to get into those conversations. We could have them with our peer at a case that works for them. And I think it works. Like our harm reduction focus works. I'd say we're not seeing folks come in more than other courts, I would say. And yeah, it works. It's possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. McCullough, for an excellent overview of the Midtown Community Justice Center. I am now excited to introduce to you all the Honorable John Juo Wang. Judge Wang is the presiding judge of the Midtown Community Justice Center and an acting Supreme Court justice in Manhattan. He is the first Asian American elected as a judge of the New York City Civil Court in the first municipal district, and previously served as a housing court judge in Kings County and principal law clerk in the New York City Civil Court. An immigrant from China, raised in New York City public schools, he is a graduate of Bronx Science, Vassar College, and Brooklyn Law School. He serves on the New York State Judiciary's Mental Health Task Force and the Calhoun School Board of Trustees. So let's all give Judge Wang a
Hi, everyone. So it's interesting because I was just speaking with the panelists before I got up here about how judges are kind of in echo chambers, and we have a very warped experience of life. Lawyers laugh at our jokes, compliment us endlessly. We often huddle together and our conversations engage, and I think when we're at our best, really thoughtful, deliberative conversation, at our worst, a lot of ego stroking and a lot of groupthink mentality. And so this is wonderful because essentially I've been sitting here listening about a lot of critiques of drug courts, particularly in the context of the institutional structural racism that exists in our society. And I'm convinced that I'm somewhere between harm, the harm, and I think Dave's fresh for the paint, right? So it's very good to be challenged for me because of the particular vantage point that I'm in and the seat of power that I have. I designed this presentation to talk a little bit about some of the research that shows the role of judges, the importance that they play, and some of the best practices that exist. One other thing that's really come out to me is the need for education. I agree with action. I think Said is absolutely right that it is necessary that we implement, take concrete steps to address the shortcomings in our system. But it's also really important, I think, from my perspective, that education plays a very primary role in the way in which we exist in the system. And I'm a practitioner in the system, essentially. So let me just start with talking a little bit about my some of the findings that I've seen in one of the resources that was mentioned by Dr. Fox, which is All Rise. That is that if you're going to be in the system, and the way that I think about this a lot when I explain to folks who have a court case in front of me or appear before me is there are things going on in your life, and you are the experts in your life. And it could be anything from, let's say, if we go to the negative, which I don't always like to do, but we're talking about issues like instability. If there's issues with addiction, I'm going to use that word because that is the word that we use. And we can talk about whether or not that's a good word to use. But when we're talking about those things, you have all this stuff going on in your life. And then conceptually, there's a layer that's been added on to that. And that is the criminal justice system. And we can have that conversation, I think, a very meaningful and good conversation about whether that system needs to be involved at all. That's the whole point of this, right? But you are here in this system. And so that layer adds a certain level of the kinds of factors that we're talking about. The need for control, the way that the system perpetuates harms and sometimes may have some benefits, the roles of different legal actors that participate in the system. So one of the things is that judges within drug courts have been found to be highly influential. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I've been told it means something like we have a disproportionate effect on the success of somebody who might be able to, what we call this, we can talk about the language, whether they graduate or they don't graduate from drug court. There's a lot of study and research that indicates the role of judges in terms of the spheres of influence that we have. I highlight judicial education because I think it is absolutely the most important aspect of my job, which is to learn not only about the research, not only to learn as much as I can about the science in my non-science brain, but also to read about the lived experiences of people who are in the system. If I don't have those frameworks, that scaffolding, then I cannot be effective. And I also try to attend trainings if I can. So it's recommended that they attend training once a year. And importantly, and I don't put the site here, but education can alter judges' views and philosophy in favor of a disease model of addiction. That can be shown. And so I think from Dave's point is that probably one of the largest forces in this conversation and about harm reduction are drug courts themselves. And judges often determine many, many aspects of the drug court. Another sphere of influence is how long judges can serve. By the way, I forgot to mention, I was a felony drug court judge. And I was doing actually both Midtown and felony drug court. And for a while, I was essentially handling both assignments and was offered the opportunity to pick one or the other. I decided to go with Midtown because I thought the model had more opportunity. And I wanted to kind of work with that model. But I have been in the very space that many of us are talking about, at least in the felony space. The research shows that the tenure of the judge is really important. If it's more than 1 year, if it's 2 years or more, that's ideal. But a lot of drug court judges need a certain amount of time to get acclimated to that environment so they can understand best practices and they can figure out their own kind of philosophy, hopefully with a good dose of evidence-based education. They are also in charge of holding and regularly attending staff meetings. They can set the duration and frequency of the kinds of appearances. So there's out-of-court things that happen with judges, clinical staff, with the lawyers. Thank you. And there's also in-court appearances. And so judges can dictate when you're coming back to court, what that looks like. And if you're using a phase model, as many drug courts use, there are certain guidelines, best practices that drug court judges should be looking at. The last one I want to say is judge setting as a culture setter. I think it's really important. Oops. I think I might have frozen this thing. Oh, there we go. I think it's really important that judges understand that they set the culture in the court. And that makes sense, right? They're kind of the leader, they're the top of that court. And if they can be humble, if they can be somebody who is teachable, somebody who's willing to follow evidence-based practices, if they can defer to the clinician most of the time or all of the time because they're the experts in this particular field and not somebody who went to law school and didn't go to any of these and who has gotten the appropriate certification, I think we can go a long distance with that. And at the same time, the research shows that judges are most effective when they exhibit these kind of characteristics. They're respectful, they're fair, they're attentive, they're enthusiastic, consistent, and caring. So everything that Ali said about what we do is very much baked into how I want to act on the bench, which is somebody who supports the individual before me, who is playing to their strengths. I try to embrace motivational interviewing as a mode in which I am engaging with folks, which is to inspire in them their own internal motivation, because I completely agree with what Saida said in her speech, which is that if we remove agency from individuals, that is the recipe for disaster. What we need to do is maximize the agency and the economy of the people that come before us. And I think that is how we get the best outcomes. So my time is up. I think that's all I have to say. Actually, if I can just steal 30 seconds. There are things that are outside of a judge's control that I want to talk about. And this might create confusion and sometimes consternation among people who are familiar with drug courts. We don't always choose how long we're in its assignment. So many judges don't want to be in drug court. Many of them don't want to do that because they don't view that as legal work. There are, as mentioned before, there are providers that work with the drug court that have their own agendas and have their own philosophies and maybe have their own kinds of interdependence, right? We mentioned that in terms of economics. We don't pick our case volume necessarily, and we don't decide the availability of resources. And see, these are some limitations in ecosystem in which if you're going to have a drug court and you're going to have the judge on the bench who runs that drug court, these are the limitations that we are sometimes experiencing. I was going to talk a little bit about Midtown Community Justice Center. I would only say that if you're interested in looking at a model that I think tries to implement harm reduction philosophies as best as we can, given the fact that we are a court, then I would invite you to come and visit and observe in terms of how we engage with the folks that come before us and what the services look like that we offer. So thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone, for excellent presentations across the board. I'm going to be opening it up to Q&A in just a minute. So feel free to start percolating some questions that you might like to ask our panel. But to start things off, I wanted to ask a question, and I'll direct this to Dr. McCullough, but this is kind of a question for both of you together. Working so closely with each other as a judge and a clinician in a harm reduction oriented court is quite unusual in general when we look at the grand scheme of how the nation as a whole operates. So what does effective collaboration between you and between both of you together look like in practice? And how do you navigate the tensions between clinical priorities and court requirements when they arise?
Yeah, I'm going to throw another complication in there. We also collaborate with the district attorney's office a lot. Yeah. But I think that's part of what makes us work really well. We're all literally in the courtroom like 5 feet from one another. We're communicating all the time. We have case conferences once a week. We give write-ups that sort of justify our clinical recommendations. But I can give an example of the time the district attorney's office wanted somebody who had several cases with us to have to do treatment as part of in order to be able to graduate. But we discussed with the client, but he was adamant, no, like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to. So I brought that back to the district attorney's office and we had a discussion, and they were ultimately fine with us having him see our peer specialist instead. And that ended up, he was excited to start to see the peer specialists sometimes. I think a lot of what we do sometimes is just model what treatment can look like for folks, because they've been treated like shit by so many systems, and that's what they expect, and they're from other systems going forward, and they're hesitant. So we just sort of sit with clients and like, people who wanted to, this is what it could be like. Like, you need to do this shit, having some chips, like, not because there's anything wrong with you, just because who couldn't use support? Right? It's hard. So just trying to like break down the stigma of what it means to be in counseling. And collaboration, I think the judge, defense counsel, Danny, like, we trust each other a lot too. And it's also we sort of have like personal relationships, so we're able to just sort of like, I know who loves Taylor Swift, or like what's going on. Like, we know each other as people too, and it's less of just sort of the adversarial relationship that permeates work sometimes.
Yeah, just real quick. I think I'm trying to be really honest with myself, which is that, you know, when somebody comes before me, I'm seeing 0.5% of their life, right? And so I know so little about who they are, what their story is, what they've gone through. And so what I can do as a judge is to bring the very best of myself, which is presence. I'm not thinking about anything other than, am I making a connection with this person in a way that supports them? Not interested in blaming, because you know the research doesn't help that. Not interested in blaming, not interested in the kind of retributive component that a lot of, I think, people expect judges to engage in. And if I can do that and I can see that person, there might be a moment where there's a connection. Not because I want that person to be connected to me, but to know that that person has somebody else who is in their corner trying to see them succeed and get through the whatever it might be, the recommended number of sessions that they're interested in doing that. And the rest of that is really left to the clinical staff and the outside supports that they have in their life and themselves. I can't, and so if I can just continue to remember that, I can often lean on the folks that are doing this work, having conversations with this person about things going on in their lives and learn more about them. And that's all I can, and then do my best to encourage the person to finish the program with always a caveat that you can go and you don't have to do this. This is a voluntary thing. That's why we're a free model.
All right, thank you very much. And this question I'm going to direct first to Dr. Fox, but then I also think, Mr. Lucas, that you also probably have thoughts on this question as well. So my question is, can you share examples where harm reduction oriented approaches have not worked as hoped? And explain what was missing in those settings compared to places where you've seen harm reduction work well in practice.
Well, I mean, I think some of the pushback now against harm reduction, like with, in Oregon with decriminalization of drugs and Measure 110, people aren't familiar with it, the state passed Measure 110, which decriminalized drugs, and they were supposed to use tax revenue to set up a treatment system. And there the treatment system and disseminating those funds to build a system and actually implement a model of treatment that was more patient-centered and available to people was never set up. So then, those public pushback during the pandemic with the perception that decriminalization of drugs had contributed to public disorder. So I think, if we're going to move forward with some of those policies, then there needs to be the treatment available, effective treatment available to people when that's instituted. So I think there was some criticism there. I still think harm reduction is unfairly waned in that scenario. But again, people were requesting treatment and weren't able to access it. So we need those harm reduction treatment in my mind.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what to answer that except to maybe reframe it in a way that's a bit more convenient, which is I can think of some examples where harm reduction hasn't had a chance to thrive necessarily, and it's come under threat for what it's really trying to do. I think we all understand harm reduction is not just, again, naloxone and intensive and these sort of technocratic things. It's a movement, right? So anything that's really butting up against power, like an overdose prevention side, that is shifting autonomy and agency, is going to be under threat. And I'm Canadian, so I think I watched a lot. What that wasn't? Why is that funny? But I keep close eye on how harm reduction, which has made a lot of strides in Canada, but also there's a significant backlash, very similar to what we see in San Francisco. I'm not sure what's coming here in New York. Against overdose prevention sites and any kind of true harm reduction. And so we've seen the closure of overdose prevention sites and we've seen massive defunding. We saw, it was really unfortunate in Philly with all these amazing people really trying to set up overdose prevention in Philly. And that was, it's hard to blame a group of people trying to do something to save the lives of their friends and their family and their community from not getting every single detail right when it comes to implementation of unsanctioned harm reduction in the middle of one of these really busy cities. So I'm more inclined to point to the context and say, have we created enough fertile ground for harm reduction to thrive? When we struggle to provide, such amazing initiatives like Housing Works and things like that, but do we have actually the context that can allow for real harm reduction
that fits our agency and economy back to drug users. Have we had those fights as well, or are we again still sort of in disaster relief mode? And that's not enough against anybody doing this work, but that's sort of where we've been forced to do it. Doing a handing out water bottles and blankets version of public health, which is going to, on the surface, look like it's not solving all the problems. That we don't apply that lens to all the other interventions, of course, right? But we in 1 year in Oregon, I don't know how they did undo 40 years of bad policy. So I think I've seen it not thrive. I think the only kind of like maybe tangible thing I would say is I've learned from overdose prevention site implementation is you need strange bedfellows, you need friends in places we don't want necessarily to work with, but those don't open without law enforcement. They don't open without the neighborhood associations. Got to get a couple businesses on board. We don't want to necessarily do that, but they don't work. You don't have all that broad support. So I would maybe end on that.
And just a quick follow-up question. What would you consider to be the harm reduction deal breakers? What would you consider to be the essential things that need to be present in order for a treatment or to call itself harm reduction oriented? In your estimation, what would those deal breakers be?
I just think that anything that operates around that sort of recriminalizes use, I think that's the starting point. I didn't mention it in my remarks, but there's a real sleight of hand there. We think of drug courts as a zone of exception where people who use drugs get more freedoms as they move through these systems, but you can go to jail for having drugs in your system, which is not crime anywhere else. You can't just get stopped on the street and get drug tested and thrown in jail. So we've actually created an extra layer of criminalization in that context. So until I'm going to use something for the a vibe shift, we need a serious vibe shift towards kind of like a deep embarrassment around the fact that we're still doing some of these practices that we have no evidence base for. We know they're harmful, and it's just a matter of, as we heard, it's just painful. We know it can be done. We've seen an example right here. No drug testing, no jail. They're out of the conversation completely. So I think that's sort of that idea of the criminal addict is not, those words are rarely uttered anymore. The model is still built around that concept. And until you blow that up, nothing else really matters at all.
So I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience now. I would love to hear from folks that are in attendance what questions you all have that you would like to ask. Right over here. And I think we have Rafaela. Yep, there she is.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing this and for giving its framing. I want to go back to Dr. Fox's comment about public perception as well as the buy-in that Mr. Duba shared. I'm really curious of what that strategy looks like, and maybe you could give an example from your mental report. How did you actually get that from neighbors, from folks who might push back and say that harm reduction is an effective approach?
Wait, I'm sorry. From the.
I'm just curious, like, what that strategy looks like in action. You said, like, to improve public perception. Like, what does that actually look like? How do you get that buy-in?
Well, I mean, I think there's folks here from On Point NYC, so I don't want to speak for them. But I know they've done a lot of work in the community, meeting, the school that's nearby, meeting community groups, doing, the perception about syringe services contributing to syringe litter in the community, then sending out staff members to pick up the syringes. If there's some type of uncomfortable scenario on the street, having staff members intervene so that there's clear recognition that the part of the solution is what is perceived as a problem. Because I think, we can't just ignore the fact that average people don't want to see public drug use. If someone has their kids and bringing them to the park, they don't want to worry about whether there's syringes in the park. But my argument would be that we have other solutions to try to address that. funding harm reduction agencies to do that work, which would be a better approach.
And I think we had a couple other hands raised over here, and then we got two others. So we'll start with the gentleman right next to. Yep. And then we'll.
Hi, wonderful. I think I just really want to make a statement. I'm Andrew Titarsky. I've been developing a harm reduction approach to psychotherapy and substance use treatment over 30 years. And I think that it's really a problem to make a distinction between harm reduction and treatment. Although I know that you probably are going to agree with what I'm going to say, but I think that the problem with treatment is that traditional treatment, and including mental health care, have been organized around a wrong understanding of what we call addiction. You know, the disease that is decontextualized rather than, you know, a complex process that is multiply determined, right? And that shit that the old disease model, and I think you did allude to this, is expressed in treatment with an abstinence-only approach, which doesn't meet the majority of people who need and want help where they are. So it just sets up failure. And I think that if we shift to an idea of a harm reduction informed continuum of care, harm reduction needs to reclaim, you know, that entire continuum of care and infuse it with harm reduction principles. So the problem with traditional treatment is, you know, the basic model that is based on it, which is then expressed in an approach to treatment that not only is ineffective, but I think it hurts people. And I call that treatment trauma. So the whole treatment system needs to be overhauled with a major push to kind of re-educate around what harm reduction informed treatment really means.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've been socialized in the medical model, so I acknowledge that my colleagues in harm reduction are much less judgmental than me and much better at engaging people and meeting them where they are, but I try my best.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to limit it to two more questions. We had a lady right over here in the lavender sweater, and then we had a gentleman in the back there.
Thank you very much. So we can sit down and ask. Yes. I work at the Legal Action Center, and we offer a treatise on confidentiality and substance use treatment records. And have been struggling with drafting the chapter on confidentiality in treatment courts, which I understand is the courts. And I would really welcome your perspective, especially Judge Wayne and maybe Dave Lucas or whoever wants to answer the question. But one of the methods of control of a court is by requiring the treatment provider to report back. How much information do you think a treatment court needs from from the provider about the person? Because this is a really giant issue of controversy.
So I'll just tell you Midtown's practice. Midtown's practice is a limited HIPAA back to the social service organization. So it's not a HIPAA that is permits me to see the information that would be shared, but because we have case managers that report to the court, that HIPAA is only authorized for this social service provider. The reason why you see more invasive, right, HIPAAs and the disclosure of information is because the legal providers don't feel comfortable with having that information being siloed to one provider, even though we're all aligned on maybe therapeutic goal. And so that is some of the challenges, right? As the severity of charge increases, the need for disclosure becomes greater as purported by the legal providers. But at least for Midtown, because we are a misdemeanor court, we are doing the disclosure of information only to the case manager. So
the only thing we report is attendance. We don't say anything about what happened in that meetings.
Yeah, I think maybe we could chat more about this offline, Sally, but I could
trying to see what we did in Toronto, because I know that it's a sort of unique structure we had in the Toronto court program was that there was one main treatment provider that I worked at, and we had a main agreement between that treatment provider. We did a little bit about outsourcing, but we just had an agreement with the court and that, so that kind of kept things a little bit simple. But I know that we wrote things deliberately vague and broad to be basically share information about engagement, and that allowed us to say basically in a fairly binary way, have they engaged or not. So that for me, with a teenage client who's not going to show up very often, but texts me, just signs of life. Client is engaged, based on our treatment plan, that kind of thing. And I think that's absent something else that could accommodate all of the different, whims of the court. And the thing is, we've got Judge Wang here, and we can tell what his ethos is with this. They're all their own little fiefdom based on how the judge sees this. And they had a nephew who died of an overdose. So my guy's going to stay in jail overnight. So it doesn't, and that could completely change what that judge demands of the treatment provider. So that's obviously not what you're looking for, but I do think that if you're looking for guidance, provide some sort of guidance, vague is best. And I think that's probably the North Star, and absent not having to report both.
And then last and final question, we had someone on the other side over there. If we want to get the mic over.
Good afternoon. I want to say thank you to the panel. My name is Donald Powell. I work for a home reduction based organization in Southern Manhattan called Exponents. I'm interested, I guess my question is particularly to Dr. McCullough, but to anybody on the panel. When you talk about your peer specialists and work that they do with community, do you engage in drug safety planning with them? Is that a part of the treatment plan, or is that something unique that the peer specialist does?
Like if we're concerned that somebody might overdose, are we doing a safety plan with them?
So like looking at modes of administration, and you want to shift that, and you want to look at frequency, maybe never leave it alone. Some of the stuff that's being kind of taken off of, HHS, but right now.
We love never use alone. We have that posted on our wall. We tell everybody about that. I think the conversation will go wherever the client wants it to go. And I think just because someone's meeting with our peer reduction specialist, they might not even be talking about substance use if the person's not there and ready to talk yet. But I think we're making sure that people have Narcan and the test strips if they want to take them with them, that they know how to use them, that they feel empowered to use them. And really just talking about how the client wants to show up and talk about it in that moment.
Right. Well, thank you again to all of our panelists. I'm going to hand things over to Tracy, who's going to take us to the next part of our day.
Okay, right. Okay, so we're running a little, teeny tiny. So this is lunch. Come back for 1:15, where we will have a virtual plenary speaker, and then our final panel, which is going to be about the innovations, and they are wonderful. Hope you didn't eat too much carb. Please do not fall asleep. You won't fall asleep for our plenary speaker. Dr. Mary Ellen Stitt. I discovered her book as I was doing this project, and I'm like, oh, she did everything already. Dr. Stitt is a sociologist who studies how states govern mental illness and substance use, and is currently an assistant professor at the School of Criminal Justice at the University of Albany. Soon. Beginning in fall of 2026, she will join the Department of Sociology at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Congratulations. Albany's loss. Her book, Trial by Treatment, Punishing Illness in an Age of Criminal Legal Reform, out of the University of Chicago Press, 2025, examines the unintended consequences of treatment-based alternatives to criminal punishment. Her award-winning research appears in leading journals and has been funded by major foundations, including the National Science Foundation. So join me in welcoming Dr. Stepp.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're loud.
Is that a yes? Apparently I can't hear you very well, but I'm gonna assume the audio is okay. I'm so sorry that I am not there in person. I would never have missed this, but I teach 2 3-hour seminars on Mondays, and so if I'm doing this from my office, and if my voice gives out halfway through, you will know why. All right, I'm gonna share my slides, I hope. All right, are you all seeing a regular slide presenter view?
No, wrong view.
Wrong view. All right. You know, it always works when you try beforehand and then it stops working.
Wants to share it. Click on the top.
Is that showing the right view?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. All right, so I was asked in 22 minutes to recap some of the ideas from earlier panels, which unfortunately I mostly had to miss because of teaching, but especially related to the problems with drug criminalization, and to try to give a brief overview of what the research says about effective drug policy. Academics, as you might know, are not known for brevity, so putting this together was a challenge, but I think I'm going to make it in under the time. I feel like I'm leaving out a lot of important information, so everyone please feel free to send me an email. I would love anyway to be more a part of the conversation that's happening today. Okay, so as I think earlier panels, oops, hang on, I think I've got the wrong, hang on one second. Oh yeah, here we go. I had to send at the last minute a copy of the slides, and I created a different copy that is now not the one that I need. Okay, is that looking right still?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I think previous panels have laid out some of the problems with punishing drug use. So we have a lot of evidence now that criminalization doesn't cure substance use disorders. It doesn't even reduce drug use. And in fact, decades of evidence now show that criminal legal contact increases morbidity and mortality, in part by destabilizing housing and income and access to care. And those burdens we know fall disproportionately on people who are Black or brown and who are poor. So a lot of advocates and policymakers have been looking for ways to reduce, the social and financial costs of criminalization and improve public health. Probably the most popular reform to emerge has been the diversion of people out of criminal courts and into treatment programs, which are typically outpatient, and the promise is that their punishment will be reduced if they complete those programs. So diversion is at the top of lists of policy recommendations from groups across the political spectrum, just a few here. And it can operate at a lot of different stages of case processing. So drug courts, which have been discussed the most, and other specialty courts are probably the best known form that can take, and they usually operate more toward the right end of this spectrum, like often post-conviction or at least post-plea. The number of specialty courts nationally is very large and it's on the rise. Actually, even more widespread than drug courts are pretrial diversion programs run by prosecutors, which operate either pre or post plea, and they promise to drop the charges when people complete them. Across these different kinds of diversion, at least 500,000 people every year are sent by criminal legal agencies just to publicly funded drug treatment programs alone. So the scale is large. Across these different programs, the standard abstinence-based model still dominates. So pretrial diversion is usually thought of as less demanding and intensive than drug court, but I actually found that even there, nearly all programs are requiring abstinence enforced by regular drug testing, including for marijuana in every jurisdiction, some kind of fee payment, and then regular mandatory appointments. Even the programs that don't require those things of everyone are still using them. They just say they're assigning them on a case-by-case basis. And it's really common to hear the effectiveness of this court-mandated treatment touted as a reason to continue to criminalize drug use and even to increase sentences for drug possession, and also to increase funding for police and the courts. So just as an example, when Washington State raised the penalties for drug possession recently, a key argument was that it was a necessary move to get people into treatment. So one legislator put it this way: threat of a longer sentence is a needed motivation for drug offenders to undergo treatment. And it was a key argument for recriminalization in Oregon as well. And we see it in New York in things like advocacy for increasing criminal justice budgets, and in critiques of recent reforms. So the prosecutor here, for instance, says bail reform is harming people with substance use disorders because now jail can't be used as leverage to get them into treatment pretrial. Unfortunately, there really isn't good evidence, as I think others have said, that court-mandated treatment, as it typically operates at least, is effective at reducing drug use or improving health. So we have a few randomized controlled trials looking at drug courts, and they have found no reduction in the percentage of people rearrested and or reconvicted at 3 years out, no reduction in mortality at 15 years out, and very high mortality rates. No reduction in positive drug tests at a year out, no reduction in rates of rearrest at a year out. And then the studies with positive results that usually get cited are observational, and it's hard to know if their conclusions are reliable, in part because the people who are offered diversion and those who take diversion, and in that I include specialty courts, of course, and who finish diversion are all different in a number of ways from the people who don't. And the effects of most of the kind of individual components of mandated treatments, unfortunately, often don't get disaggregated, but we do know from randomized control trials in the probation context that drug testing, it might reduce drug use in the short term. Some find it does and some find it doesn't, but they all find that any effects disappear after the testing ends. And I don't know of randomized control trials here, but I think it's worth noting that meta-analysis of observational studies of compulsory treatment suggests that it dramatically raises subsequent rates of drug overdose, factors ranging between 2 and 3.7. So troubling effects there. And this audience is well aware that, substance use disorders are chronic, relapsing conditions, so treatment is hard even under ideal circumstances. But there are some additional challenges that providers of mandated treatment face that could contribute to some of the ineffectiveness. One is that their clients are afraid that vulnerable information could get back to prosecutors or judges, even when counselors are assuring them that it's all confidential. And they're also motivated to perform health because they're stressed about being let out of treatment as soon as they can to get their cases resolved. And then programs also often discourage or even prohibit medication-assisted treatment being used alongside any treatment that they're providing. Often judges or prosecutors frown on it, which makes it hard for court-mandated treatment providers, even when they do want to use it. So these are some of the challenges that are faced. But irrespective of the health effects, one thing these programs do offer is a way for prosecutors and judges to dismiss charges or reduce sentences. It can be politically risky for them to try to do that on any scale without going through a diversion program. So then I think it's worth considering the role that the programs play on the legal side of things. And they do take a lot of people from the court system every year, but the impacts are a little more complicated than we often conclude when we look at those numbers. And that's for a few reasons. So the first is that, as I mentioned above, the programs play an important role in conversations about policy, and they often encourage criminalization in that way. And And then the idea that people should be drawn into the legal system in order to put them into mandated treatment programs also motivates people working on the ground. So past studies have shown that police make more drug arrests in places where diversion is available. I observed in my ethnographic fieldwork too that prosecutors and judges were pulling more people into the court system and keeping them there longer because they saw it as necessary to get them into treatment. I also ran an experiment on working prosecutors in which I asked them to evaluate low-level criminal cases. I told half of them that the cases were diversion eligible, and half I didn't say that. The results indicated that prosecutors were about 42% more likely to bring charges when they knew that they could divert the cases. And there are serious implications when we draw more people into the court system like this in order to get them into treatment, even if they do then end up diverted and end up with their charges dropped and their records sealed. One is that we expose more people to records of arrest and of criminal charges, which can live forever on the internet, even after an expungement, with very negative effects for outcomes like employment, housing, even mental health. And of course, we're using resources to do that could be put to more effective use elsewhere. The second concern is that people are pushed into these treatment programs by the threat of legal punishment, whether or not they have the time and resources to be in them. So as part of the research for my book, I spent a year going through one of these programs and spending a lot of time with participants outside of treatment as well. And I saw just people making hard choices on an almost daily basis about whether to buy food and pay the rent or to pay for their drug tests and the fees for treatment, for the transportation to get back and forth to treatment and testing, pay for the childcare while they were gone, navigate lost wages from the work they had to miss. Some of them lost jobs because of the program time constraints. And then the whole time that people are in these programs, which can be years, especially because the time often gets extended when there are positive drug tests, they do have a criminal record of some sort, which means failed background checks and additional barriers to work and housing. And then throughout that period, the psychological weight of knowing that if they made one mistake, they could end up in very serious legal trouble also just causes tremendous stress. So the programs do have some serious costs for people in and of themselves. And then because of all these burdens, and also because people with substance use disorders can't consistently pass drug tests, and people will often get scared after a while and disappear if they've missed some requirements, completion rates are on average very low. This is just a quick illustration from the Prison Policy Institute. It's prettier than anything I had made. And you can see that the rates vary across programs, but they tend to be quite low. Reports that average rates from around the country find that they come in somewhere around 50%. And the completion rates are also very unequal. So people who are ill and poor and Black are all a lot less likely to finish these programs. This is just one illustration from my main field site, only of race and illness. You can see that those with the most diagnosed by the programs with the more severe forms of usually substance use disorder, who were Black, were finishing at less than 30%. And these kinds of disparities look very similar in the administrative data that I got from a whole bunch of other diversion programs, and then also from a lot of different studies of drug courts. So here's just a list of some of those studies that document the inequalities. And what I saw as I was doing the ethnographic research was that this sorting along lines of inequalities is just really structured into the programs. The demands that they place on people's lives are almost impossible for people to meet when they're very poor or they have severe substance use disorders. And people who were Black also often had so much personal and vicarious trauma related to the criminal system that they were a lot more likely to just disappear from the program rather than continuing to come in and advocate for themselves when things weren't going well with like drug testing or making appointments. And then of course, poverty and illness and race all overlap in a large degree in the US. And so then when people don't finish these programs, they're really not just back where they started. They've already invested often a lot of time and resources and dealt with quite a bit of stress. And that time doesn't count for anything once they're back in court. And then legally, they're also often worse off. So anyone on post-plea diversion in the felony context now has a felony conviction and goes straight to sentencing. And that means typically that they're ending up with more serious convictions and sentences than they could have negotiated if they had stayed in the court system from the start. And then the second is the mark of, quote, non-compliance. So everybody who comes back from one of these diversion programs is being sentenced by judges or is negotiating plea deals with prosecutors who know that they didn't complete treatment. We know from previous studies that judges often give longer sentences after people don't make it through drug court. And in my experiment with prosecutors, I found that those who were randomly assigned to a condition in which they were told the defendant had been to diversion and come back, rather than just seeing the case for the first time, were twice as likely to choose to offer a felony rather than a misdemeanor plea deal for these cases. Okay, so to the degree that we need to keep diversion programs in place to get people's charges thrown out, I think these are the major problems to keep in mind. I'm not sure that there's a clear solution to the phenomenon of net widening or of criminalizing in order to treat. I do think the weight of the data is behind making supervision and costs and testing and treatment requirements in these programs as minimal as we possibly can to increase completion rates across the board, or to at least reduce the negative impacts. But I think one of the real challenges here is that there are often real constraints on diversion program directors, on district attorneys and judges who are running these programs, and we have seen sometimes political blowback when they try to really reduce these requirements. All right, so a bit about where I think the research tells us we should be investing instead. So I don't have to tell you all that treatment services are underfunded and understaffed. So, you know, some treatments very effective, especially medication-assisted treatments for opioid use disorder. There's also recent work in New York State that documents a lot of administrative barriers to treatment access, even when there are spots available. So those should be lowered. As others have said, the quality of treatment also needs to be dramatically improved. But the reality is that even with access to treatment, most people are still going to be living with substance use disorders for years of their lives. So a 2016 meta-analysis of all the available studies of SUD remission rates, defining remission as going 6 months without meeting diagnostic criteria for substance use disorder, found that the average time to remission was at least 14 years. So it's like between 1 in 10 and 1 in 15 people going into remission each year. And that was among people who had already been in treatment. So I think this, you know, expanding access to harm reduction services is really important. Things like naloxone and drug checking supplies and syringe programs that we know reduce overdose and disease transmission. And the research also indicates they don't increase risky drug use, despite some misguided media accounts. Most observational studies also indicate that overdose prevention sites reduce morbidity and mortality and can be important sites of referral into treatment. Some don't find effects at the population level, but there are also no documented negative impacts. So studies like looking for increased visual disorder or increased crime in the surrounding areas haven't found any. And right now, this is not legal in the US, but I think it's worth mentioning. In Europe, a long list of randomized control trials have found that heroin-assisted treatment has huge positive effects that outstrip medication-assisted treatment and all other treatments. This is an approach that has clinics administering like regular controlled free doses of heroin, or in some cases hydromorphone, to people who have opioid use disorders. And it generates such huge reductions in mortality, property crime, drug crime, and such large improvements in physical health, mental health, and social functioning that the clinics more than pay for themselves. In Switzerland, where this was implemented at some scale, they found that the incidence of new heroin users fell by 80% after implementation. They think because the street heroin scene basically disappeared. It's worth keeping in mind. And then, of course, there are bigger picture other big picture changes in law and in resource distribution that would make major impacts. So evidence from places like Portugal and Oregon show that decriminalization saves a lot of money by reducing arrests and prosecutions without increasing drug use or drug overdose. Fentanyl arrived in Oregon around the same time they decriminalized, which generated some misconceptions there. But at least 2 different studies in top medical journals now have controlled for that, and they've found no increase in overdose. And we hear a lot about Portugal, but I think it's worth mentioning again. So they decriminalized all drugs in 2001, and at the same time expanded harm reduction measures. They offered subsidies to employers who hired people with substance use disorders to increase employment in that group. Around the same time, separately, they expanded public housing and initiated a guaranteed minimum income. And some of these policies have since rolled back a bit, but the first decade of implementation showed pretty impressive results. So drug-related deaths, HIV infections, problematic drug use all declined, and overall drug use didn't increase. Overall, the public costs of drug use fell by 18%, even after accounting for increased spending on treatment and harm reduction. I think the increases in social supports in Portugal often get overlooked here, and they certainly could have been more robust, but an important part of this picture is that poverty and trauma can be triggers for mental illness and for substance use. And there's strong evidence that health across the board is improved by any redistributive economic policies that reduce poverty and ensure that that everyone has the means to live flourishing lives. So am I out of time? Or all right, I'll just say one last thing. I don't want to end without saying that I think it is hard to conclude that we should even stop there. When we think about the hundreds of millions of people worldwide who are using drugs, who are relying on an unregulated and extremely dangerous supply, and who are risking their lives in a lot of cases to work in the world's bloodiest industry, mainly in the global South. So I think experiments with things like heroin-assisted treatment raise real questions about what some sort of more legalized and regulated system could look like if we could keep pharmaceutical companies and advertising out of it somehow. Do you think in these conversations it's worth reminding ourselves that global drug criminalization is actually a relatively recent development? It's a specific set of decisions that I think even now we could think about making differently. So I will leave it there. I wish that I could continue the conversation with all of you, but please feel free to email me.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to close this out.
We don't see it anymore.
Perfect.
So how are we doing for time?
We're doing good.
Okay.
We're good.
I can relay some questions if you have time to answer.
Yeah.
When do you have to go for class? Like 2?
Yeah, I have till 2.
Okay. Does anybody have a question? What? One question. Yes, one question for us. Just one. It could be that we have no questions because that is so thorough. I do think your book should be required reading here at John Jay and all the schools.
Question.
Hi.
Do we have the microphone?
Question?
Yes. Yeah.
Check.
It's trial by treatment.
Trial by treatment.
Should probably be able
to. Just ask. I'll relay it.
Yeah. Why did Portugal reduce the services? Was it for financial reasons or something else?
Why did Portugal reduce services? Was it for financial reasons or something else?
So I think my impression is that it's a bit more that it hasn't kept up over time, with some of the kind of newer approaches to harm reduction have not been expanded as much as they could have. And there also was a rollback about 8 years in the decriminalization. So it's still supposed to be the case that that small amounts of drugs, like for personal use, is not criminalized, but they recriminalized an amount of drugs that is more than someone would need for their own 10-day supply in 2008. And they did start to see like arrests and prosecutions go back up after that. There's a lot of discretion involved in sort of police and others deciding how much is a 10-day supply and how much is more than that. So that's one way in which kind of the first decade, I think, is the most instructive before that change happened. And then, yeah, I think but happy to send you more of my detailed notes if you email me.
Yeah, I've been doing MC prerogative and I'll ask you, Dr. Stitt, did you see anything notable in your research in terms of gender?
Oh yeah, I get this question so often. Unfortunately, I didn't really, I didn't have enough women with caregiving duties in my kind of ethnographic world to draw really strong conclusions there. My impression, based on what I saw, was that there were additional challenges for people who had caregiving duties, and it is disproportionately women. And so often people would just like bring their kids with them to the treatment sessions, which the counselors did not appreciate, or they would miss because they had to stay home and take care of them. That was the main way in which I saw gender showing up, but I didn't really get into it I leave it in the book. I say someone else needs to look at this because I didn't feel like I had enough people in my sample to really get at it properly. But yeah, it's a really important question.
It is, and I'm hoping someone will be catalyzed to do so from reading your book. Anything else? We're going to let you go to your class.
Thank you all so much. It was a pleasure.
Okay, we are the final panel. Again, innovation in innovations in harm reduction and redefining what addiction treatment could be. I want to introduce the moderator, Daryl Phillips. He is the co-founder of the Always Strive and Prosper ASAP Foundation and co-director of the Brooklyn-based We Build the Block, where he leads innovative harm reduction initiatives, a dedicated activist. He has helped distribute more than 50,000 fentanyl test kits through partnerships with dozens of New York City bars, restaurants, and retailers. And his work has been featured in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, NBC, and other outlets. Drawing on 20 years as a director and producer, his broader work links harm reduction, media, and social justice across issues including prison reform, climate, trans rights, and drug policy. So, Darren, step up and direct your hand.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, like you said, Tracy put this together, and I have no idea what she had in this panel, but it's good to be here. We are on the ground in community harm reduction innovations. Okay. Innovations, redefining people in New York. So I think, one thing we're dealing with is the success of basics and getting to street outreach, getting to access and other opportunities. First person. Hold on one second.
What is the thing?
Sorry about that.
They could just use themselves. Yeah. Because you can scan the bios and all of the good stuff. You could do brief introductions of yourself. That'd be great. Starting oldest. Starting oldest.
We'll start with Alan. State Department of Health-Based Institute Office of Drug Use and Health.
There we go.
And sorry about that, Alan.
The oldest and the youngest.
No.
So I was on my way over here. I'll actually introduce myself. So I work for the New York State Department of Health, the Institute in the Office of Drug Use and Health, which we should acknowledge right now that the government causes harm. And bureaucracy, the reason why Kafka wrote books and other people write books about bureaucracy is because it really kills, and it does. But you also need people on the inside who can try and make the system work a bit better. And it's anyone who works in government knows how thankless that is trying to improve the system. So that's my disclosures out of the way. And I was on my way over here, who is not angry now? And I think, what's the good news? Luke and Giuliani's on life support or something. It's
doing better.
It's doing better. Damn. And so, I get here and it's people angry, so I'm trying not to be angry, trying to think of positive things. There was that question earlier today about the failures of harm reduction, which is really the way it's couched. It's like, harm reduction isn't the be all and end all, and it is. Harm reduction works. It always has, and it always will, because it does. For what you heard it earlier from Aaron Fox, the reason why you have problems in places like Portland or San Francisco is you don't build the supports around it that actually makes transforms the system. And it made me think about when I started off the needle exchange and it wasn't legal in New York City. And coming from the UK, where I grew up, universal healthcare, I'm thinking, well, all right, so we need a revolution in this country, all kinds of revolutions in this country. You need a revolution around healthcare, for sure. Healthcare, why Americans can't understand healthcare is a right and you should have access to healthcare and you shouldn't have to pay for it, you shouldn't have to worry about it. I don't understand. I've never understood that.
Thank you.
People vote against their best interests. But I've been doing needle exchange and handing out syringes, and I'm thinking, how is this a revolution? And then years later, as I'm further into this ad hoc career, because it's never intended to be a career, no one knew what it was. And someone said, what's your goal? The goal is to make harm reduction national policy. And you're like, okay, all right, can we do that? That was in the 90s, and we did it. We did it in the Biden administration. Harm reduction became one of the pillars for policy in this country. So you start off giving that syringe and you end up with national policy, a transformation in national policy, which, now we have fascism and there's a hiccup in the trajectory of harm reduction. But we did that. And I'm thinking back to when we were young and little. We were very smart as well. We weren't just a bunch of idiots giving out syringes. We were very, very thoughtful about what we were. and who we were, and we were extremely political. And we looked at our, people had gone before us. And, you think about what the Black Panthers did. The Black Panthers for self-defense. And we felt very strongly that what we were doing was defending our community. When syringes were banned, and there's still a federal ban using federal funds to purchase syringes, you were practicing a form of genocide on people when the way that HIV was being transmitted was through unsterile syringes. So we were defending our community and taking healthcare to the streets. And there were precedents for that, and we worked with that, and we were very conscious about the way we projected harm reduction to public health. We knew that the odds, the politics were against us, the media was against us. So it sounded like, it's not paranoia, it was. You're still seeing the New York Times, so-called harm reduction, controversial harm reduction. Well, fuck you, it's not controversial. It is good public health. And if you don't want to forces are against us because we don't want that in this country. I lost my train of thought with that. But we did portray it as public health. And one of the things we were very clear about, I think, is if we said harm reduction is drug treatment, as Andrew Tassi said earlier, we would come up against the treatment system, which we did anyway. The treatment system didn't want harm reduction because it's like, you're enabling drug use. And we would always say we're enabling people to stay alive. But harm reduction has always been treatment. We just never went out publicly and said that kind of thing. And switching gears for a second, talking about where I am now in the health department, harm reduction is what the Office of Drug Use and Health, the agency and State Department of Health recognizes as the operating system for our approach to drugs in New York State. And harm reduction is a safety net. It's not a fringe thing. It's not a radical thing. It is a safety net for New Yorkers. So if someone wants to go to standard drug treatment, that's fine. But when they come out, harm reduction is there to catch them. If you go to a harm reduction program or drug treatment program, how many people have been in treatment? Probably 80%. 80% of people have been in treatment, they come out, they use again. It's a process. It's not a one and done, and harm reduction is always there. If you build in the social supports that we need, whether it's housing and transportation or the social determinants of health, you can have a system that works. But harm reduction works at any level you want it to work. But it works better with a healthcare system and not healthcare with a marketplace. So it's harm reduction. Actually, I'm probably towards the end now. Am I?
Your time is here.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, where's the timer? Oh, I'm good. Okay. If we're going to move on to talk about OPCs and the ridiculous controversy around what is essentially another service that people use drugs. People come into a syringe program, you give them syringes, you give them whatever else they need, you give them some love, you give them some support. The services that we record in our data systems are probably the most relevant piece of what you get out of a harm reduction program. You walk into that space and you walk into a destigmatized space where people who exist with unfathomable stigma all the time of living with their drug use, maybe their mental health conditions, maybe they're unhoused, maybe they're unstably housed, they have poor health. It used to be in New York State when HIV was being fueled by injection drug use, you walk into a syringe exchange program, drug injection, everyone knew that's why you were there, living with AIDS, that's why you were in there, half the people had AIDS anyway. And you're like, let's deal with everything else. You can do that. It's a destigmatized, safe zone. It's the only programs you can see that exist out there that welcome in drug users, the people that no other people want. Drug users, come in here, let's start, and we'll work with you. But within that, I remember when we used to struggle with the idea of people using in our space. people always use on-site syringe exchange programs. They always have. And we went through connections to try and get people to stop. We would take the door off the bathroom, we reverse the hinges, we put curtains up, we would bang the door, we would give them a timer. And post my era and working syringe exchange, people said, why are we doing that? Why don't we just let people use on site? So I did podcasts years ago of like different programs from all over the country talking about how people use on site. Obviously, an OPC or a safe injection facility doesn't usually have a toilet in the middle of it. But that's what, and then you want to move the toilet out or move people out from the space where people are using the bathroom. But these services have existed for a long time. And, you know, bringing OPCs out into the open, it's another service that people use drugs benefit from. And Brittany will talk more about this, but I've been, when guests go to the OPC, they're excited to see the OPC. When they leave the OPC, they do not mention very often the space where people use. They go, oh, those wraparound services, the massaging. Wow, that's amazing. Harm reduction programs are comprehensive services for people who use drugs. That's what it's. If we're thinking about innovation, we've got the innovation is here. We just need to make it universal in New York State and in this country. And but I think we get you now.
Thank you, Alan. Next is Brittany Vargas Estrella. Brittany Vargas Estrella is a proud Bronxite and Boricua, driven by a deep commitment to building equitable systems that uplift historically marginalized people, including individuals who use drugs, engage in sex work, experience homelessness, and or have been impacted by the criminal legal system. As the Director of Operations at On Point NYC, Brittany drives operational excellence and strategic growth across multiple sites in the fleet of mobile vehicles, optimizing systems for efficiency and sustainability, and supporting the organization's programs to ensure participants have access to comprehensive, compassionate care. Brittany oversees core operational infrastructure, including contract managing and reporting, compliance, organizational development, ensuring that organization operates with integrity, accountability, and alignment within its mission and funding requirements. Brittany, we can skip your academics and just go right into this.
Yeah, that was super long. I think that. Hi, my name is Brittany. You could just call me Britt. I look at Infinite Mercy as the Director of Operations. As he mentioned, can you go to the next slide? So I just wanted to start by talking a little bit about the history that On Point NYC hails from. On the left-hand side, there's sort of a compilation of photos from the young boys from the Black Panther Party that started the Lincoln Detox program back in the 70s in the South Bronx. That's where I'm from. So this program, and I'll talk a little bit more about it once I get to the next slide, but I'm not there yet, really started our holistic acupuncture, detox program at On Point NYC, where we provide folks with holistic services, including acupuncture, massage therapy, as Alan mentioned, Reiki, etc. And this really came from, folks ensuring that we're serving our people. The Lincoln Detox program started as an action to give folks access to treatment when there was really no access to treatment. And this is happening in parallel with the wrongful drug laws that we were discussing earlier this morning. So folks don't have access to treatment and are being criminalized at this time. And the Black Panthers and the Young Boys decided not in our community. So that starts our holistic program. Then you'll also see some photos from the ACT movement, which Alan also was discussing how it birthed really the harm reduction movement and syringe service provision. We can go to the next slide. So here is On Point's model of care. It's pretty comprehensive. I won't go through absolutely everything, but you can find this little detail on our website if you're interested in learning a little bit more. I do want to talk about our low threshold services. So everything that we provide at On Point is low barrier. Folks can get access to mental health services, art therapy, as I mentioned, holistic services, as well as food, shower, laundry, clothing, all of those things at our site. I also want to talk a little bit more about our overdose prevention centers, which I think are, common sense sort of services that we provide. In the last 4-ish years, we've served over 7,000 people who are using drugs, and we're a polymodality, polysubstance use friendly space. So folks can come in and use whatever substance that they're bringing in whatever modality that they're using, whether it be sniffing, inhalation, injection, booty bumping, the list goes on. You do it, we'll support it. We've also intervened in over 2,000 overdoses with almost maybe 100 calls to EMS out of those 2,000 overdoses. And any call to EMS has been after the overdose has been said. And it is usually in response to other sort of comorbidities. If folks have COPD or having trouble breathing or vascular vomit during the overdose process, then we're calling EMS. So otherwise, we stabilize the overdose. And that has actually saved the city an estimated $58 million in just EMS calls for these overdoses. Not to mention the more than 250,000 utilizations of the space. So 2,000 overdoses, but 250,000 utilizations. The work that we're doing to prevent overdoses for those 250,000 utilizations is huge. Especially saving. And so what this means are our 250,000 utilizations means that there were 250,000 instances of drug use that could have been covered that weren't. So I think we can just want to talk about how all of these services are sort of building on each other. It's scaffolding of services where we're really holding our folks and giving like true holistic comprehensive care for folks who are struggling in their lives at one point or another. We can go to the next slide. So I want to also talk about our most recent code blue efforts during the February 6th through 9th severe weather emergencies, as well as the blizzard on February 22nd and the extreme cold on March 1st. The mayor's office actually called On Point to open 24 hours for those periods of time, so that folks who are homeless and who are using drugs can have access to a safe, warm space outside of the cold, just for those weekends. And one of our participants was so happy. She credited us for saving her life. She said, "I would have frozen in the cold if I didn't have a place to be tonight." She also is one of our troublemakers and promised not to fight with anybody. She did, but that's that point. But the impact, all of that is really beautiful to see folks happy and safe in a space. We also were able to launch our respite program. You can see some of the cots as well, where folks during these overnight stays could actually sleep horizontally, right? So beautiful. Instead of in our drop-in center, although our drop-in center is beautiful, those are lots of pictures as well. If folks are yelling Jeopardy answers from across the room, you're not going to get a great night's sleep. So our respite room was also launched during that space, and we're hoping to, increase that service provision moving forward as well. And during these cold blue emergencies, we held about 150 people per night who didn't want to go to shelter, who may have had access to auntie's couch or grandma's couch, but wanted to be in community with us. We were able to serve 896 New Yorkers during those entire weather stints, providing meals, showers, clothing, food, and just, like I said, a safe, warm space to be with community. And our outreach and public safety team, shout out to Jason and Jason. Jason is our director of community initiatives, and impact and local services. He's the director of everything else. His team was doing a lot of work in the streets as well, bringing folks into our facilities, from the Bronx, Washington Heights, East Harlem, physically taking people out of the cold, physically meeting people where they're at, like in the truest sense of the word, and bringing folks to access our services in-house. Our team even had some in community overdose responses that were really scary during those weekends, during times where we would typically be closed. So we're really grateful for the mayor's office for, allowing us to open during those times, and we look forward to continuing to be part of cold blue responses in the future. And it's also a good catalyst for our future 24-hour expansion. I think that's what I'm going to cover for right now. I think during the Q&A we'll go a little bit deeper into some of our programs and services, but thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, and thank you for the work that's shown. Next up, we have Valerie St. Bill. We have, let's see, the Associate Director of Mental Health, Director of Street Health Outreach and Wellness Program, New York City Health and Hospital. Valerie St. Bill, her serves as the Associate Director. She is also a licensed master social worker with 15 years of experience in social services. Valerie also works as a part-time psychotherapist in private practice, where she is trained in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and dialectical behavior therapy, DBT. She has experience working with individuals of all ages, from adolescent through late life. Valerie has dedicated her career to working at the intersection of social justice, mental health, substance use, and homelessness. Valerie brings a deeply informed, compassionate perspective to her work, grounded in both clinical expertise and frontline experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was also long. I don't think I need to take that much. So, first and foremost, I just want to thank you everyone for the opportunity to be here. I recently transitioned into this program, so this is my first speaking engagement for sure, and I'm just happy to be in a room with a little different.
I think I want to introduce Eric as well, just to both work together, and it just makes more sense. Eric Jr. is a licensed master social worker with over 3 years of experience in street outreach, specializing in connecting individuals to detoxification programs, rehabilitation services, shelters, and state agents through a low-barrier, client-centered approach. He began his outreach work in 2022 with the SHOW program under DOCGO, and later joined New York City Health and Hospital in 2023. Eric remains committed to advocating for harm reduction and equitable access to care within the Lower East Side community. He earned his Master of Social Work from Hunter College in 2022, and he's the recipient of the Community Hunter Fellowship. Thank you.
So I just want to give clarifications on the reason why we chose to speak on a two-person panel. I think it's very essential to not only talk about the work, but have people who are actually in the front line speak about the day-to-day operations. So I felt like it would be a disservice for me to be here without having someone who's been a part of the inception of the program and who's actually there on the ground doing the work. So I'll try to make sure that we utilize the 8 minutes and not go overboard.
Yeah, my name is Eric Levido. I'm the social worker on the Lower East Side Showdown. First of all, it is such an honor to share a space with all these experts. It truly is amazing. I'm not sure if I have a lot to offer to the conversation. I did want to share my aim. I aim to provide low barrier, trauma-informed care to the unhoused population in the Lower East Side by addressing what is important to them in a safe, non-coercive, and I emphasize non-coercive environment, regardless of, and I also emphasize this, regardless of citizenship, insurance, or proof of identity. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I just want to give a background of just the mission of SHOW. So the Street Health Outreach and Wellness Program was launched by New York City Health and Hospital in 2021 to expand access to care for vulnerable populations through mobile community-based services. SHOW featured an initial focus on connecting unsheltered New Yorkers to COVID-19 care and services and has since evolved into a comprehensive street medicine program that functions as a key component of the larger ecosystem of care for individuals experiencing homelessness at New York City Health and Hospitals. So again, the mission is pretty much to deliver low barrier, street-based medical and behavioral health care to individuals experiencing homelessness by improving access, continuity, and healthcare outcomes through integrated clinical and social support services. So essentially, we all, survived the pandemic. So this program was launched in efforts to make sure that the vulnerable population were seen. Well, oftentimes they are not seen. And so based off of this initiative, H&H pretty much launched the program outside of that goal. And now we've been working for the past couple of years and now have 6 mobile clinics. Next slide, please. Yeah, so again, there's 6 SHOW teams in operation. Where each team is also affiliated with the primary care safety net clinic. And the facilities include Bellevue, Elmhurst, Lincoln, and Woodhull. Next slide, please. And this is just a shameless plug of our mobile van. So if you've ever seen it, this is how the van looks like. Next slide, please. Again, so the locations, there's 2 mobile vans at Bellevue, situated at Lower East Side of Manhattan, Midtown, and Harlem. There's 1 SHOW van that's linked to Elmhurst, which is located at Woodside, Elmhurst, and Corona, Queens. We have 2 SHOW vans that are located by Lincoln in the South Brooklyn location, in the South Bronx location. And we also have 1 van that's linked to Woodhull Hospital, which is located in Bushwick and Bedside in Brooklyn. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the staffing model, which I think is very unique, it includes a medical provider, registered nurse, patient care associate, clerical associate, social worker, addiction counselor, peer counselor, and community health worker. Yes, please. So for the medical, we provide home care that's delivered at the mobile clinic by a roving clinical team. And just for context, the roving team means that they're not only just situated on the vans, but we also rove in the community so that we can be able to engage individuals wherever they are. And we provide services literally where they are. Next slide, please. For behavioral health services, we provide screening, assessment, brief intervention, and referrals to treatment, low barrier treatment, including medication assisted treatment, overdose prevention services, including training and distribution of naloxone, fentanyl, and xylazine test strips. Next slide, please. And again, I won't continue just reading over the slide. I kind of want to just explain exactly what the service is. We pretty much try to engage patients by addressing their immediate needs. And I think oftentimes as providers, we want to address the needs that we think that the patients think is their priority. And so we allow the patients to be in the driver's seat. And I think just having that perspective allows us to continue to build rapport and to allow the patients to feel like they're not only seen, but in control of how they would like to address their healthcare needs. Next slide, please. Which is the last one. Yes, so I just want to go over just program highlights. Since the launch, we've had 300,000 plus street engagement, 13,000 clinical encounters, over 9,000 medical visits, 15,000 behavioral health engagements, over 1,100 people have been connected to primary care. Next slide, please. Again, since the launch, we've had 90,000 hygiene kits distributed, 7,000 plus naloxone kits distributed, over 5,000 fentanyl test strips distributed, and since January of 2023, 2,000 patients have been connected to substance use treatment.
Over 4,000 xylazine test strips have been distributed, and over 650 people have been linked to VHF intake process. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Taking notes from Alan, and also just I hate slides. I don't know how to function with them too well. As a ED and just getting into this work, I'd like to thank everybody in the room because I feel like I'm in a room of heroes. Everybody that's out here doing this work, and also just concerned with the people that you're doing the work for. And I take that from Alan, who said it was defending the community. And I think that's what everybody here is doing and seeking to do. So as a ED at Eastside Foundation, I got into this work through quite literally the death of a friend and a colleague. And being there at the moment of the discovery of his body, discovery of him being unconscious, the paramedics and everything that happened after that. And I think the most important part was his mother coming in to the hospital and then trying to wake him up. And then from then, like beating him and saying, you know, Stephen, wake up. So I think from that impact hit me, and then she was referred to me, luckily, and someone said they should talk to Daryl, maybe he can help you with something. I don't know what you can do. From that, we just kind of went on a journey. She said that she wanted to prevent one other mother, one other family from going through what she had gone through, what she was going through, and what she still is going through today, 10 years later. Was introduced to Carl Hart, was introduced to the people at Washington Heights Corner Project, Nairi, Future at one point, Vogel, and kind of just started walking the dogs. And I think the idea was to try to reach the youth in a way that wasn't being reached, wasn't being informed, and we wanted to create a program that could speak to ASAP VMs, who was the one that passed, Stephen Rodriguez, and thought about the messaging and what kind of real stats, facts, and outreach we could provide. A lot of it through messaging, but I think a lot of it for me was not trying to reinvent the wheel, but to kind of amplify the work that was already being done for many years ahead of us, Alan and Charles and Tracy, and trying to figure out our place in that field, in the zone, and what we could do as far as raising awareness. One of the main things that happened for us, what that point was, because we realized that our goal wasn't to try and get 12-year-olds not to smoke weed or drink, but to actually get people not to die. So we started thinking about overdose prevention. I came across what I thought was a rudimentary test kit at the time, which was a fentanyl test kit. So wow, this has got a lot of verbiage, this has a lot of other stuff in it that is unnecessary. So taking note, we created a new test kit, not new, but water, supers, figured out different ways to have the tin, they had these tin caps. I think one of them, we had tattoo caps, and we just trying to keep evolving it so that it had multi-use, and you were able to do tests in your car, an alley, a staircase, wherever it might be. The box was an idea of just seeing a bunch of fish bowls in my past. My sister passed some AIDS in 1989. So I remember just a lot of the safety outreach and a lot of the changing of harm reduction, I believe, at that time. And Tracy, thank you for your work in that area as well. And since then, and Dr. Clear. And from there, it was just like, hey, we got to put these in places that are accessible. So started trying to put them in places that I had access to, and I think where drug use starts in a nightlife aspect. So during COVID, we were able to start increasing, putting these boxes and bars and restaurants, mainly in the Lower East Side, Orchard Street, Broadway, and Brooklyn, and being able to give people the choice and the tools now to test Milwaukee and very specifically during COVID. Mine over there filming is the first place to give me that space. And from there, we were able to get 60 other locations. We started putting boxes, and this was all done through donations and that other support. So from that, I was also introduced to Michael. I was working with Michael K. Williams and another friend of mine, and we were working on youth service. He was working on a documentary on school to prison pipeline. In that, I was working as a consultant, and all my history before that was in film and media. And working with, Michael was working with Dana Rockman, and we built the block. So he was like, man, you gotta come on, you gotta be a part of this, you gotta come see what we're doing with these youth. We did a presentation of fentanyl test kits with the youth that they were working with at the time. Michael passed away 3 weeks later. So from fentanyl related overdose. So Dana and I were talking, and we kind of felt like we missed the boat, we're missing something, and we just doubled down on the work, and we realized how much we have to pour into the same youth. I came on as a consultant, and then we also, now I'm actually director of operations and co-director of the program. But our main focus, when it continued, was to focus on youth and not missing this gap. And I think one thing that we know right now is that, within the last, between 2019 and 2022, you had a 300% increase in youth fatal overdoses in New York City. Then we have 84% of those overdoses are fentanyl related. 25% of this, 25% of the teens overdosing from pill use. So we know exactly what's happening. We know how it's happening. And I think, we are escaping the 55-year-old Black male who was the average person dying of an overdose in New York City, but now we're moving into the youth. And Tracy said something in a conversation. She said, we're basically, people are dying out. That's why there are not enough more Black males or other people in these demographics to continue to die to keep those stats up. But I think what we're moving into is an understanding that the teens and the youth and the young drug users are the next major growth area, and we have a new cycle beginning. So our focus in the restorative circles and our focus on the curriculum at work, and we build a block and through ASAP's partnership, is that we're just focusing specifically on the youth and trying to figure out how we can best engage them. So I heard a couple of things today. One was maximizing agency. Judge Wang and Saida had mentioned this and reinforced it. And so our focus is to maximize agency with the youth and getting them in touch with safety information and also understanding that their autonomy in this space. Being able to not judge them is a second part, and we're not being parental, but we're actually trying to listen. I always say we're Planet Fitness, we're in no judgment zone. And we're just there to hear what they're going through. I think we've spent a lot of time telling them the virtual world of Facebook's not real, Instagram's not real, but it is very real. And we have to adapt to that with our messaging and with our insight and with our listening. Another thing is that we've been able to teach them certain anecdotes that they are very much willing to practice. And then Carl Hart gave me something that was people want to get high, but they don't want to die. And that's very, very true about the youth. And what they're doing is they're experimenting and they're going into these things, but they're not trying to die. So we have, Dan had somebody in the program, and he came to us the next day and said, yeah, I tested one of those pills because we taught them how to use fentanyl test kits, naloxone. And these are also kids that are state impacted, have been incarcerated or having issues with school and re-enrollment or not going to class. And he said, yeah, I tested the pill and, came back positive for fentanyl. Okay. So I'm like, what happened? Did you throw it out? He said, no, I took it. Right? Yeah, so I took it, but he said, I took a piece.
There you go.
I took a small piece. I drank some Gatorade. I ate a burger. I called the girl and was FaceTime with her, and I let her know I was on the pill. And, and that was it. So that was his drug safety. And that was something that we were able to give him to encourage him, and that he was now able to also pass on to his friends. So I thought that was an amazing moment. I think it sent chills down Dana's spine, and she got, broke out in sweat. But I was very happy. Not happy because he tried the pill, but happy that he did it in a way where he actually was conscious of his own safety, and he was willing to be responsible for his safety and maximize his agency there. And then we also were able to encounter new things, and I think new trends and understandings about what's going on with these youth in incarceration, juvenile detention, being medicated, being given melatonin, Klonopin, and benzodiazepines at the same time as drug cocktails to help them go to sleep. They're coming out riddled and coming out and taking the biggest misconception is that these kids are thinking, not these kids, excuse me, the trend has been able to call them perks. So everyone says, "Oh, I'm taking a perk, I'm popping a perk, I'm off 3 beans or 3 perks, Erkies." But they're taking oxys, and they're not even taking oxys, they're taking pressed pills. So they don't know they're taking pressed pills. They're not aware they're taking these pressed pills. But as much as we can make them aware that there needs to be this kind of agency and testing and safety, they're willing to do it. So from that, we've encountered a lot of youth that also get involved through, I guess, survival aspects, vending. And we also, I think we are past this idea of the vendor not being the user. I think everybody in this room is kind of past that. But that is how a lot of them are also getting into it, where if you have a lot of pills around, you're going to actually start engaging. So one thing we've seen as a trend is that a lot of these youth are now have more experience with pills than they have with alcohol. We worked with kids that have never been drunk, but have taken over 100 pills. This is pretty much regular right now. So it's just a matter of now, how do we figure out how to get in touch with them? How do we talk to them? And how do we engage? And the engagement is really, I think, my major engagement of every day going to work and every time talking to a kid on the phone or every time talking to our colleagues is our focus is listening. And our focus is trying to get them to take tools home, naloxone. We have youth that have told their younger brothers how to use naloxone and Narcan in case they're unconscious or in case they overdose at home. So that, just to reiterate that, is we have 18-year-olds in our program that specifically who have taught their 12-year-old brothers how to administer Narcan in case they overdose at home. I see that as something horrible, but I see it as a win. So that is the main focus of our work. We're out here trying to get, these are bars and restaurants and other places, and we had a lot of pushback at first, like, I don't want that in here, I don't think it's gonna work, if we don't have that type of crowd, what is that type of crowd, what does that mean? And then some places will come back to us and say, hey, can you get a box, or can you get us an Narcan, because they have someone overdose in their restaurant, overdose in the bar. And then I think a lot of people just started being impacted with 1/3 of America knowing someone that has overdose. So I think that is just mostly, that's the core of our work on a daily basis. Is just how can we keep them informed? How can we ourselves stay informed? And how can we defend our communities? Okay, we have before we go into the Q&A, we still have a couple of questions that were external, which was going back. I'd like to actually do this correctly. Before I ask him this question, Alan Clear is a prominent American public health advocate and harm reduction activist, known for his leadership in drug user health initiatives since the early 1990s. Alan serves as the director of the Office of Drug User Health at the New York State Department of Health, AIDS Institute, where he oversees programs addressing overdose prevention and access to medical and mental health services for people who use drugs. Alan's commitment to harm reduction began in the Lower East Side of New York City, where he was founding executive director of the Lower East Side Harm Reduction Center, one of the first syringe exchange programs in the state. He later led the Harm Reduction Coalition, a national organization promoting harm reduction as a framework for working with drug users in the U.S. His work has been instrumental in shaping drug policy and advocating for public health approaches to drug use, as well as all of our work here today. Thank you. Yeah. So, Alan, can you speak to the creation of the Office of Drug User Health? And in that also kind of the tail end, discussing what youth services are provided as well.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. We'll get to that. But so as in that extensive bio, I came out of harm reduction as it was being developed, and I've always worked with the agency on health from the outside, and the mechanism by which the agency works is by taking direction from the community. That's right. That's how it's always been done. In the HIV crisis, it was always staff at AIDS Institute dealing with HIV, but there's a sense of processes to inform how the AIDS Institute works, which was ending the epidemic. It's one of the first states to actually say we can end the HIV epidemic. There's an extensive community-based process to come up with the solutions to end the epidemic, which included people who use drugs, and it included strategies, which are harm reduction strategies, including OPCs came out of it, including safe supply came out of it. And that was before I came to the AIDS Institute. And when I got there, the Office of Drug Use Health was created out of all of the pre-existing health services for drug users. So pharmacy-based syringes, syringe exchange programs, the extensive opioid overdose prevention program that we have is probably New York State probably has the most extensive government-funded naloxone program around the world. And that started in 2006, thanks to community-based organizations saying we want to give out naloxone. So it's always been community-based, and along those lines, I think we're the first state government to support drug checking with the city. And I should say everything we do pretty much has been lockstep with the city, because the city has always been responsive to the needs of harm reduction programs, and we talk all the time. But setting up, I remember when I first got to the institute, we watched people die off fentanyl. So it'd be up in Buffalo, but we were finding out from coroners and medical examiners reports. You say it was up in Buffalo. Look, there's one in Albany, and then car fentanyl on Long Island. And never again should we have to put up with that, which is why we have drug checking programs now, so we can see what's in the drug supply. So if there's a problem in the drug supply, then we can be responsive to that. So I just sort of throw that in there. And the other thing I think we should be doing is looking at healthcare of people who use drugs, because 50% of people who die of drug overdose have an underlying heart condition. So many people have an underlying health condition, both of which are caused by their lifestyle and their drug use, but also they didn't use drugs, they still have that same heart condition. So we need to invest more fully in the physical healthcare of people who use drugs, which on point is really an example of providing medical care in a setting that works for people who use drugs, because people who use drugs can't access medical services through the stigma of using drugs, and mental health services. To go to any harm reduction program, many people there need mental health services. So why not we put resources in the places where they should go? And that's why not be able to do it, but that's the goal of what the Office of Drug Health and AIDS Institute want to do. I know Tracy wanted me to talk about youth program, but she said, no, I don't have to, because I don't have an extensive portfolio on youth programs that we know there's a need for.
Okay, thank you. I have a question actually, which is, what is your, I think the gamut of things with the bureaucracy and government, what has been one of your greatest frustrations, but also one of your greatest joys throughout this process?
I think this is the dumbest thing. Got into government, I thought, oh my God, politicians are political. I actually thought that, like, why can't the politicians in control why can't they put politics aside? Like, why is there any barrier to an OPC report from any politician? Why? And they're like, yeah, their concentration is on their political career. It's not on the career, it's not on the lives of people who use drugs, it's not on the lives of people who don't have social sense of health now. So that's my frustration, is the politics that come with politically elected officials, less so than health officials. I'm not going to speak for the Commissioner of Health, but he came to Rhode Island where they had legislation that supports OPCs. He's not naive to OPCs, but he runs up against barriers about how we want to progress harm reduction in New York State. So I'm okay with our health department, but politicians, whether it's in the legislature or whether it's whatever else they are. I don't say that. No, yeah. I think the greatest joy, the people I work with, I think, on a day-to-day basis. Thank God for them. Including the programs, including, everyone they serve and everyone that's the thing. And we don't get this. We are serving people. We're serving at their leisure. I mean, when I talk about serving, it's like the people that come in to On Point and any of the other programs, we're working for them. One of the, the greatest story might be, you go to On Point and the people, you walk through the drop-in center and the people there say, welcome. Like, welcome to my space. It's like, that's job well done. When you have the people you're serving that own that space. And that's where else you don't go to the emergency department and someone says, or the dentist's office. But at a harm reduction program, they have ownership because they listen to and they care for. And they experience kind of love that they don't get anywhere else. So I guess that's my opinion.
Moving on now to On Point, Brett. We spoke before the Zoom. We were talking about the school, so across the street.
Yeah.
How do you get connected, and how do you build the trust with the local stakeholders in the community, and to make them understand how much of an important factor you are in their everyday life, even if they don't use drugs, but the fact that you're community building at the same time?
Yeah, when I interviewed for On Point, they asked me like, what is my biggest strength and weakness? And I said being a Hogona. So if anybody speaks Spanish, you guys can translate for each other. That's being a pest. And I think that's On Point's biggest tactic is we're Hogons. We're Hogons. We're gonna be in your face. Shut up, Jacob. And everybody's safe. So we are very, very well connected to our community, specifically because of our outreach and public safety team and our director of community engagement, constantly showing up to business improvement district meetings, community board meetings, doing quarterly roll calls at our local precincts because there's a ton of turnover in the police department, and we want to make sure that the cops in our neighborhoods know who we are and know why we are a resource for them. But you mentioned the school across the street from our partner location. We're huge partners with them as well. They've spoken on panels with us. They attend events for us. We do our holistic programming goes over and does like spa days for the teachers and parents in that school. So we really try to be part of we are part of the community in very deliberate ways and bring folks into our services so that they know that the people in accessing our services are part of the community too. We are a community together. And it's a really beautiful thing. We have bees on the roof and we give the school across the street honey every year. And that's just our East Harlem location, our Washington Heights location. While we don't have a school across the street, we do have a school corridor very nearby. That's about 7 different schools. And our outreach and public safety team, similar to the school across the street from Harlem, is going to those corridors during pickup times, drop-off times, doing sweeps of syringe litter, and also connecting participants who are out in the community to care and bringing folks in. And then also escorting, parents and kids to the schools in the neighborhood that we serve. It's always lovely to see our outreach and public safety team dapping up families that I didn't know of that live in the community, hugging kids, like giving kids little fist bumps. It's a beautiful thing to be in community, to let folks know that we're here to serve everyone. It just so happens that the folks that we serve have a little bit of a higher need than other folks.
One other question is, how have you been able to leverage opioid settlement funds? into your outreach and into your operations?
So we have a very small pot of opioid funds that actually goes directly into our medical clinic. So it supports like wound care provision, especially as Xylazine has entered the drug supply, and also supports buprenorphine induction for folks same day. Where we're getting our participants are more interested in long-term injectable buprenorphine, which is a little bit of a different kind of sort of medical provision compared to the pills and things of that nature that buprenorphine was given in prior iteration. With a long-term injectable, folks are able to be inducted right then and there and are able to have a week-long dose or a month-long dose so that they can come back to care in a more structured way rather than having to come every single day to get their dose of buprenorphine. And then we're also doing HIV, STI testing and treatment, Hep C testing, also same-day induction to treatment for Hep C as well for our medical clinic. That said, that's a one piece of our organization, and there's so much more that funds could fund in our organization, including overdose prevention centers. Shout out to Charles for saying Coco's name earlier, because she's really the one holding the purse here. So we're doing the best with what we can, and hoping for more to come.
Yep.
Thank you. Question just on the show gallery is the vans, and how much is that able to increase your outreach, the servicing, and how do you build trust for people to have trust in your van? To know that this is a mobile unit, but this is a place of safety. This is something that I can go to and I'll be protected.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a broader answer and then Eric is gonna give a more specific day to day. But kind of like I mentioned before, it's just we're dealing with a population that has been failed by many systems, right? So the challenges are having engagement and telling these clients that this time around is going to be different. That takes a lot of work and a lot of rapport. So I would say just meeting the patients where they're at, again, addressing their immediate needs. And a lot of times as just providers, you have to remove, like I mentioned earlier, your own expectations from the table and just allowing the patient to decide what it is that they want. A patient will come to the van and we might think, hey, your medical need should be addressed right away, but they're like, I don't want to address that right now. Maybe I just want conversation. Maybe I just want a hygiene kit. Maybe I just want to engage in conversation where most of the times we're engaging individuals that oftentimes don't even get engaged in a hello. So sometimes just building that community with them and just allowing them to know that we're going to be here, which is why we give out flyers. We initiate their mantra so that they know like their appointments, they know exactly where we're going to be. And again, the thing that's unique about this program is the same providers that's on the van is also at the safety net clinics. So it creates an easier one handoff for them to continue having longitudinal care by knowing that the same providers that I see on the van, I'm going to also see in the clinics. But Eric will just give a brief description of just what it looks like for him since he's on the ground every single day.
Yeah, I think Valerie covered most of it. But we really try to just engage patients, making sure that we're not causing harm, that when I approach a patient, I immediately tell them that I'm a social worker, Eric here. And we try to integrate ourselves in the community, even engaging with these suppliers so that our patients know, okay, they're not trying to criminalize drug supply or drug use. We're actually here to just really perform harm reduction to the best of our ability and provide that safe space. And being consistently patient, really being consistently patient, empathetic, and just being there for Friday 9 to 5. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of that, also just with suppliers, my experience has been that suppliers I don't even know how to say suppliers versus users, or, because you're still using a drug or something, you know, and you're probably still using drugs as well. Everybody in here is probably using drugs as well. We've been able to give a lot of test strips, a lot of other tools to suppliers when they designate themselves as suppliers or as vendors. And they're very accepting, grateful, willing, and they really want to keep their community. They really want to keep their users safe, their peers safe. And that's just something that we've come across, is that they'll take 100 test kits at a time. They'll take 100 test strips at a time. And they will give them to people that they're vending with. They want them to be safe. I think this whole, old idea of this separation and this hierarchy of user versus dealer is completely gone, has always been wrong, and we're just trying to correct it. And I love the idea of the van being mobile, and there's also there's no test strips, no tools around. So that Z came and brought a bunch of extra test kits, but even in places like this, you don't find it regularly. You don't find them in college dorms. You don't find them in schools. It's really amazing to see where we're at in this epidemic or in the stage of life, and we're not providing these tools in regular environments. That we have to go out of our way to jump on these hurdles to get them there. So if you do, Z may hand them out, but if you do get a test kit, please take one. And if you're not going to use it, give it to somebody else. Let's open up the conversation. 10 minutes. I love that card. That 10 minutes. And that's it. But now if we can take some cards or some answers and Q&A questions from the audience, that'd be great. We're out there. Somebody has pink shirt over here. Thank you, Donald Powell, for the next one. Again, I just want to thank the entire panel. I do have a couple of questions, one for Brittany. First of all, let me just say my chest is breaking, but you did not punch the clock at all point. I'm the board vice chair. I've watched this organization grow and address the needs. I'm so proud of each and every individual that works here and works you do. Congratulations. My question, Brittany, and I have a question for Mr. Clear as well. But my first question for Brittany is, what are the differences, among the similarities you see in East Harlem versus Washington Heights? And then, Alan, my question for you is, how do we, as a community, advocate to get some of those opioid settlement funds out of the Oasis and into the Office of Drug Use?
So some of the differences between East Harlem and Washington Heights, that's a great question. Thank you, Don. Our Washington Heights location is a little bit smaller than our East Harlem location, but both locations are parity, so they have pretty much the same services. The differences between the sites are primarily participant based. Our Washington Heights location, we see some younger individuals, and we see folks who are more street entrenched. In East Harlem, we do have more folks who are unstably housed, so may not be street entrenched, but maybe in shelter or on Dickie's couch or on grandma's couch, or maybe hopping between folks, over time. And then we also have some demographic differences. So in East Harlem, we have some older folks. We like to say harm reduction works. And so our drug users are living longer lives than ever before, which is a beautiful thing. And in East Harlem, we do have an aging population, which does have some challenges as it pertains to comorbidities. That's primarily why our East Harlem location, OPC, is our medical-based model, so that folks who are in the overdose prevention center are able to respond to medical emergencies other than overdose. Our Washington Heights location, because we have a younger population with less health comorbidities, we do have a peer-based model. So folks who are either active drug users or have used drugs in the past are staffing those overdose prevention centers and are building rapport and community with the participants in those spaces. But other than that, each site, it runs relatively similarly. We have holistics at both sites, mental health at both sites, case management, the clinic, drop-in centers, etc. It really just is how we interact with the individual participants that is a little bit different.
I mean, just to go on the last question, it's not about settlement funds, but made me think that there was one program that's the assistant that straddled drug treatment and harm reduction in the late 80s, and that's settlement survived.
Yep.
And they rarely ever get the credit that they deserve for that model that they created. Tracy should probably talk about settlement funds rather than me or Charles can.
Yeah, there is a meeting of the Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Board on the 13th of this month, I believe. And it's going to be on the concourse in Albany. And anyone can attend those meetings. They are open to the public. And not only can you attend those meetings, but anyone can also testify at those meetings. They're going to try and limit you to 2 minutes. You should know their rules are that you got 3 minutes. So take your 3 minutes and tell them where to put the money, because that's the only way we're going to change it. Unfortunately, OASIS has enormous control over steering the settlement fund monies. And when it comes to the Office of Drug User Health, they dole it out very in a very ungenerous manner, shall I say. And so those of us with the New York State Harm Reduction Associations have been working to really pound the advisory board so that they're giving the right advice, and then following up with the governor's office and the legislature so that OASIS has to listen to that advice. So I'd urge you, come on, let's just have a good party.
And very quickly, you don't have to go to Albany. You can go to the listening session at 3670 Avenue, the OASIS offices as well.
Is that in New York City?
In Manhattan.
Oh, so you're going to be at the one. All right, it's going to be a party.
So yeah, on that. So OASIS is conducting these listening sessions all over the state. They do not advertise them. I kind of think they don't really want anybody to show up. But if you discovered one, put the word out. It's actually kind of odd. I've heard how some of them have been conducted. Generally, you listen to the commissioner give a long discourse, and then at the end of the session, you can ask questions or make a comment. But we should be taking advantage of that to give our piece of our minds.
When I first got hired at the AIDS Institute, after I was hired, I got re-interviewed by the, whatever she was, the Deputy Commissioner of Health and Chief Staff or something. And they said, whatever you do, you know you cannot advocate for supervised injection facilities. Well, I said, I know I can't do that. So I never have. And one of the things that I liked about the opioid settlement funds is I didn't like about it, but the settlement board is amazing, very thorough, does its work, makes amazing recommendations. There were 3 recommendations that Governor Hochul rejected in the first year, the end of the first report. One was to fund OPCs, the other one was to fund safe supply, and the third one was to fund the Office of Drug User Health. So we're in good company.
Next question. Anyone else? Tracy.
I don't need a mic. I wanted to ask for show, how are you addressing, or do you have to address NIMBY issues because you are mobile? But obviously, people will come to you, and that's the idea. But have you had to address any NIMBY issues?
I actually don't know what NIMBY
Oh, I'm
means.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, NIMBY
is not in my backyard. So people have, and Brittany can talk about responses to certain kind of programs in their community.
Oh.
They talk about it attracting, quote unquote, undesirables, driving down property, those people driving down property values and things like that. But we have long talked about the common sense of mobile units to deliver medications, to just keep that ongoing relationship. But people have to know to come to you so that you're mobile, but you're still there. So just wondering if you've heard feedback from the merchants or.
Yeah, I mean, there was a situation in town, I believe, where there was a shock. They didn't want us there because they felt like we were bringing in our population. As far as in the Lower East Side, we were recently at a meeting with I think it's the fifth precincts, and as soon as you walked in, the first question was, so I didn't get a second to breathe. How many syringes are you handing out? Because there were some complaints about syringes being filled out on the park. So yeah, there's definitely been some pushback. But for the most part, I can only speak for the Lower East Side Showground where I work. I think we've integrated ourselves into the community fairly well. Above all, respecting people's boundaries and what works, but of course, prioritizing our patients' needs, even if it makes them uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback off of Aaron. I think it was kind of mentioned earlier that there's this ongoing conversation that service providers, because we are assisting patients, we're increasing drug use that's happening in their community. And the reality is our mobile vans are stationed where they are because there's a high need for the services to be delivered in that neighborhood. So I think one of the things that we do is, of course, we attend these community board meetings. We are constantly educating the community as well as other community-based organizations what we do. And I think just having that ongoing conversation about how we can not only just do the work that we do, but how we can collaborate together is one of the efforts that we've made. But yes, of course, there's always this conversation about why you guys here. And I think it's making sure that we're educating people and allowing them to understand what we do. Because there is this parallel between not understanding the work that we're doing.
Rat time. Casey would like to wrap it up, but thank you. Trevor.
Sorry. Oh, that's
One more question. Let's go.
So, the AIDS Institute has funding drug user health hubs, and in Washington State, they have something similar with health engagement hubs, so integration of medical care and certain services, other medical services. So how do we scale that up so that's the default model as opposed to what's currently being funded as drug treatment?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we should. I mean, that in some ways, not in some ways, drug user health hubs is rebranding what Swim Exchange program is to this basic express that it's much more comprehensive than what people think a Swim Exchange is. The city, and Rebecca left, but the city, we funded more upstate because we don't have enough money. And the city has funded a lot of similar programming in the city. And that's why I say we partner very closely on that. But this is where some of money could go. It needs to be added to the budget. It's the model of how we should be working with people who use drugs. I don't have an answer to how it's my job to figure out how we scale it up, but I haven't found the key to unlock the treasure chest. So that's a useless answer. I don't know. No, it's actually, I guess the answer is you have to advocate for it. Go to the people that count. It's not me because I'm a mid-level bureaucrat. And say, yeah, Governor, Commissioner, we need this.
Okay. Thank you. Daryl, thank you for moderating and we are at the home stretch, and you had to hear from me at the beginning, and so you're going to have to hear from me again, but not alone. I'd like Imogen Carr to come forward. And we're not going to use this hierarchical podium. We're going to sit and have a conversation.
Oh, I'll keep this jacket though. I'll keep it. Yours. I'll take it. All right. So before we close, and I want to thank all of you who stayed the whole time. This morning, it was just an overwhelming feeling to see so many people with my work, to see all the seats filled. And in many ways, this is, for me, a culmination of a lot of the work that's always been important to me. And just to see the people that I've grown up with, and to see the next generations coming up, and you don't have to fix anything, but we're here to teach if you want it. But it's definitely a generational shift that we need to make. So before we close, I want to say something that brings everything that Imogen and I are going to talk about, and that we both come to this work in our professional capacities. But for both of us, this is also deeply personal. So, Imogen, I think I was supposed to give a description of who you are. Are you sure? You can use a QR code and see her bio, but it's expensive.
So thank you, Tracy, and thank you all, yes, for being here with us today. I will just give a caveat before I start. I just did a 27-hour flight from Australia yesterday, so I'm a little all over the place. I'm doing my very best. So thank you to every single one of the speakers here today, and for John Jay for creating this space. I especially want to thank Dr. Samuel Roberts, JDR City, and Senator Dunstan, providing some of the political, social, cultural context that is vital for this conversation. And of course, to our final panel for lifting up an alternative way of supporting and caring for people with influence. And of course, to Tracy, who has been my incredible partner in this work, and a leader in this work for decades, and for this absolutely phenomenal work. So with Tracy's encouragement, I am actually going to share a little bit about with my professional and personal experience, which is the reason I came to this work. So my journey in this work started when I got a job at the District Attorney's Office in Manhattan, supporting them in setting up an alternative to incarceration unit. I was really excited. I would argue even honored to take this job in the fight against mass incarceration, as I saw at the time. What better thing to do than to expand people's access to services instead of incarceration? And so for that first year, sorry, I can't see everyone on this side. I'm looking on the other here. And so in the first year, my job was to go around New York City meeting service providers, learning about the vast number of programs available to people as alternatives to incarceration. A lot of which took drug treatment. And then I was excited to implement going into the second year. But unfortunately, I then saw reaction. And I saw a lot of things that others have mentioned here today, but especially Dr. Stitt and Dr. Roberts. I saw plea agreements designed by prosecutors and judges dictating people's treatment plans. I saw ATI plea agreements being used as assistant district attorneys as a way to sort of weak cases that they knew they couldn't actually have enough evidence to demand more punitive responses. I saw the net lining that Dr. Stitt spoke about, where cases that might otherwise be dismissed, they're like, well, actually, let's give them treatment instead. I saw clinical decisions that were directed by the court, not program clinicians. I saw therapeutic alliances between service providers and their clients undermined as service providers were forced to have their primary relationship with the judge and the prosecutor, not the person who was under deck. I saw extremely low success, ATI success rates, all of which were blamed on the individual participants for their failure to comply, rather than recognizing the systemic reasons that people could not be successful. And every person participating in ATIs, I think it is important to acknowledge, was disproportionately Black or brown or poor. I also witnessed the infusion of criminal legal carceral culture into programs whose primary clients came from the courts, especially residential substance treatment settings. These programs emphasize structure and compliance, Program participants receive punishments for transgressions ranging from not making their bed through to relapse. Significant emphasis was put on drug testing. There was a resistance to medication for opioid disorder as it was seen as replacing one drug with another, and people were punished for relapsing. All of this with the threat that non-compliance with the program could lead to program discharge, a report to the court, and ultimately incarceration. In these settings, service providers would often use the same language to describe the people under their care as the courts. They were not compliant, manipulative, needed consequences, a risk to recidivism. And it did not have language of care, health, or wellness. These alternative to incarceration programs, through their partnership with the court, were more aligned with the punishment paradigm of the criminal legal system than person and community-centered wellness. At the same time, I had a loved one who had overdosed and wanted substance use treatment. I did not know what to do. I had visited every single treatment program in New York City, and I had nowhere I felt I could send him, where he would, so that was outside of the punishment paradigm, where I could be assured he would receive care rather than being punished, being able to feel small or powerless. We need to recognize that the infusion of the criminal legal system into our treatment system has impacted the model. It normalizes service providers as part of the surveillance and criminalizing apparatus, and it makes all of us less safe. It doesn't matter if you come through the criminal legal system. It doesn't matter if you come through the child welfare system. It doesn't even matter if you come through voluntarily. We are all less safe because we've allowed criminal legal infrastructure to be infused into our social services. And so we need to completely rethink what it looks like to care for people who use drugs. And it must be outside the criminal legal apparatus, like the approaches we heard on this final panel. And so with that, I'll pass it to Tracy.
When Imogen first approached me with this perspective, it was very hard for me to hear. I am very proud of the role I played while I was at Legal Action Center as in coordination of the New York City and New York State ATI Reentry Coalition. And that members, the providers in this coalition in particular, were some of the smartest, most innovative, and responsive. They were leaders, they were able to make decisions, they were innovators, disruptors. And they have been working together in that way for more than 30 years. I lobbied on behalf of the coalition and services like them through a couple of governors and some major changes in legislative leadership. We were trying to make sure that policymakers understood that the ATI reentry continuum was a fundamental component of the criminal justice system. We did not want the innovation in the programs to be seen as peripheral or kind of one-offs. We wanted to be seen as a critical component, and I'm quoting from one of the many budget position papers that I wrote, and that would then ensure a continuity of funding that allowed us to be responsive to the communities that we serve. So again, this is not about bashing ATI or diversion programs with a full claw, but we're all in this system. And the fact that many of us have good intention makes it even more painful. And then maybe some of you are in the room old enough to remember the commercial. I'm not just the president of the Hair Club for Men. I'm a client. So I have my own lived experience with punitive treatment. We need to reckon with the long-term impact of partnering with criminal, legal, and family courts on our social systems. It's ready service systems for surveillance and criminalization, and increases service hesitancy among people who need them the most. We know that the fear of surveillance by the child welfare system, family courts, is a primary driver of Black maternal mortality. Right? Overdose and suicide. And these are people who are pregnant and using and cannot and will not come to care for fear of their children being removed, including the one that they're giving birth to. And something like 40% of child removal happens with newborns. We've seen how few people seek STD treatment. People are making risk assessments and deciding the risk of criminalization, of surveillance, of punishment through services. It's just not worth it. And especially since there's so little evidence of person-centered care. People have heard this, but it is true. We cannot put new wine into old wineskins. And moreover, because of the systems that Rockefeller drug laws and others have made, the billions of dollars of settlement money will go to where the paths are the widest, and that's to law enforcement and carceral settings, because that's the way it's always been. And the funding that needs to go, Saida was banging home that it needs to go to organizations in Black communities, serving Black communities, because the funding streams are very narrow that go to these organizations. We cannot, our current treatment system has its history in anti-Black racism and the criminal legal partnership, and we can't tinker around the edges. This is a call to action to rebuild a system of care integrated with harm reduction, person-centered services to support health and well-being, housing, and treatment that is responsive to the humanity and autonomy of the people it purports to work for. The opioid settlement dollars flowing into states and localities from the litigation represent a generational opportunity and a generational risk. Those dollars could be, and are looking a lot like they will be used to perpetuate what has always been. If these funds are directed into the same systems that we've been talking about all day, we will have spent an historic sum of money to deepen the harm we are supposedly repairing. So there's always enough money. I learned that as a baby lobbyist in 1990 when I first started going to Albany. And if legislators or people that you are doing advocacy with say there's not enough money, say it's your job to find it. Because there's always enough money.
Absolutely.
Because look at what we're funding. Look at the stupid shit that we're funding. That we could do so much with. So we have a chance now to choose differently. That is the work in front of us. As Charles says, we can have fun doing it, but we cannot be invisible. We cannot be silent. We have to take what is ours.
Right.
Thank you all for joining us today. Can we get the mingle? I think the space outside, we get to mingle for like what, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
More than 15?
Yeah.
Oh, we got it.
It's good space. We have like for another 30 minutes.
Okay. Please feel free to mingle outside.
I didn't email it.